Welcome to another foss-north. I would like to start by thanking our gold sponsors, our silver sponsors, our base sponsors, and our partners from the community.
So, good morning, everyone. Welcome to another foss-north, and good afternoon to REF. I'm sure there are other people in other time zones as well. I'd like to introduce you to Swapnil Mane, and I think you're lunchtime-ish at the moment.
Yes.
Well, welcome. The stage is yours.
Great. Namaskaram, everyone. Welcome to foss-north, and thank you so much, John, for inviting me. Let me start by sharing my screen. So today we will talk about how you can grow and manage your open source project with a proven way.
At the moment, we do not see the screen share.
Yes. I'm about to share it.
Okay, good. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, it's fine. Cool. So today we will see how you can grow and manage your open source project with the Apache way. Apache way is one of the proven way of managing the open source projects. So let's start with sharing my screen. I hope it is visible.
It is. Now it works perfectly.
Great. Thank you. Cool. So I would like to start with a little bit about myself. I'm Swapnil Mane. I'm the Vice President of Apache Community Development Project and Apache Foundation member and the member of Central Services Editorial at the ASF. I'm the founder at Open Source Wave, the non-for-profit initiative to spread the open source awareness. And we build content around open source to educate the community. Apart from that, I'm the founder and chair of Apache Local Community. It's an initiative to spread the awareness of Apache Software Foundation and the open source. And I'm also the taking care of developer relations department at Webini. Webini is an open source platform for building serverless application, and it's also have a serverless CMS. So let's jump into the presentation. So what were the guideline for this presentation, how it will look like is I will give a quick introduction about Apache Software Foundation. Then I will give the idea of Apache way, the way we manage open source projects at Apache, and how you can take inspiration for it for your open source project. And then I will share some highlights of how you can grow your project in terms of, which is not only specific to Apache Software Foundation or Apache way, it will apply to all the commercial open source projects as well. So we will take a deeper look into that. And after that, you can ask me your questions and I will be happy to answer them. So Apache Software Foundation is world's largest open source foundation. It is a non-for-profit organization registered in the United States at US 501c3. And it's funded by the individual donors and the corporate sponsors and all volunteer organizations. So we are managing 350 plus open source projects. There's a saying that if you haven't slept for past 8 hours, it means you have used some or something related to Apache project. So we are almost everywhere, and as it's the world's largest open source foundation, and there are more than 350 plus projects. One of the popular projects through which the journey was started is the HTTP server. So the history is the Apache Software Foundation started with the HTTP web server project. Often that server is called as Apache, and some software engineers came together and via patches and email in 1995. Around that time, they contributing for this web server, and eventually the formal incorporation of ASF became in the June 1999. So there was a history from 1995 to 1999. People were just doing it informally for that web server project. There are a lot of projects in Apache Software Foundation, and all of them are following the Apache way, the way we organize our open source projects. And there are 350 plus successful open source projects having a good community and using at enterprise level. So some of the popular projects you might heard of is obviously the HTTP server, which is very popular. Apart from that, for the big data, we have the Kafka the Maven, the build management, the Cloud Stack for cloud computing, the CouchDB, web-based. There are various libraries, the Spark, the Cordova, the Tomcat is one of very famous, and the NetBeans, the IDE is now also the part of Apache umbrella. You can find more details at projects.apache.org. Now it's come to our main topic for the day, which is the Apache way. So what is Apache way? So it's basically the core principle we follow at Apache to manage our project, or you can say it's an effective way of managing open source projects, which we figured out over the years, and we formalized it and we document it so that we can create the awareness around it. So the good thing to notice here is the Apache way is we follow in Apache Software Foundation, but it is not specific to Apache Software Foundation when you try to implement it. You can implement it for your own open source projects, and I'm sure the result will be really good. So there are 5 main pillars of the Apache way. One is the community, another is merit, third is the communication, fourth is open development, and fifth one is decision making. So we will have a deeper look into that, and after that I will give some more details about the how you can manage your commercial open source project, or generally often it's as a cost, or generally almost all the open source projects have some financial aspects or the ecosystem around that, so that the contributor can benefit from that. So we'll talk about that and how you can grow in that particular way. So let's start with the community. So we say community over code, and it's applicable to almost all the open source projects. Open source projects are often managed by the volunteers, a core group. So they form the community, right? Means the community is core of any open source projects. If there is no community, you cannot predict the good future of that open source projects. So if you talk about the community, if you take any open source projects, most of the communications are done async. They people don't live together, they don't work together, and many of them don't even know each other, right? It's applicable to many open source projects, many enterprise grade open source projects. So what we call as a community, the communities includes the developer, the writers, the testers, the sysadmin people, the DevOps, the users. So in any open source projects, there are developers. People generally often think only the developers are the part of community. It's not. There are various ways in which people can contribute to open source, not only specific to code. Obviously, the code is one of the prime part and mostly often done, but there are another way. Like people can create docs for you. Some people can do just testing for your open source projects. Open source projects need some deployment, right? In real life, you will deploy your open source project somewhere. So the system admins and the DevOps people can give you their thoughts. And the most important, our users, they are the part of our community. They use our product, and because they're of them, we can say the project is successful. So this is all we can call as a community. Okay, the next part is in every open source project we have a community. So our primary goal should be put our community first. And in Apache we say community over code. What that just mean is it means that a good community can eventually convert a bad code into good code. But if your community is bad, a good code will be deprecated and become the bad code. Because in software world, we need the maintenance of every software, right? So that's why we put community over code, and this is the fundamental thing which we should follow in our open source project. Our community comes first, and then all the parts came after that, because the community will make the project successful. Wearing your hat and treating people as an individual. So in Apache Software Foundation, everyone is treated as an individual, not as an employee of their corporation they belongs. The reason for that is, for example, today you are in one corporation, tomorrow your contributor can be in different organization. So you should also identify your contributors from an individual perspective, not from from which corporation they belong. So we do have this in Apache, but it's also a good strategy to follow in your open source projects. So instead of deriving the project from a corporate, it's better that individual should drive that project, because it's very true that eventually what happened is sometimes the open source projects it derived by the corporations, and if this is the case, other contributors don't take that much interest because they clearly see that that particular XYZ organization is running that project or they are dominating. So it's not, sometimes it's not good for the developer experience. So that's why we should try to manage in a such a way our project that it should be driven by the people, not the corporate of which employing that people. So it's just applied the same in the Apache. We have the corporate sponsors, but the organization is run by the volunteers, and they are the individuals. They are not recognized by their company. So this is a good thing we can also take care. And also obviously there is various way, means I belongs to an organization and I also participate in the Apache. So there could be thing that I, in particular incidents, I would like to represent my organization. So I just change the signature of my email, and where I say now I am speaking on the behalf of my organization and not as another part. And also as I mentioned, I'm playing multiple role in the Apache. So I have to explicitly say which role I am currently playing, whether I am the vice president or I am a simply contributor, or I am saying this as a user, or I am the part of central editorial team. So this is the thought about wearing your hats. It's more specific to the Apache, but the important core to be taken here for your open source project is it should be driven by the individual people. The corporate should not have a bigger influence on the direction of the projects. Obviously, when more people, it gives a negative impact when somebody outside the new contributors see that this particular organization is dominating the open source this open source project. So when doing your open source project strategy, this thing should be taken care. The next part is meritocracy. It's very important. The recognition of work. See, people contribute to the open source, but everybody needs some kind of feedback and the recognition of their work. Many people don't even need that, but the most of the community members appreciate it if you do it. So we should find a way through which we can recognize their work, and this will encourage the community members to contribute more. So the fundamental thing is you should have a welcoming community and have a way to recognize their work. Let me share you some example how you can recognize their work. There are various ways. One of the good thing we follow at the Apache is the merit growth. Means based on your merit, the people get the new powers. For example, when initially somebody is using a project, for example, a simple project, they are the users, right? Every open source project have users, so they are called as users. Now, eventually, some people from the user community will contribute to your project, right? So they become the contributors. And when a contributor, so how they generally contribute, they give the patch, or they create a pull request, they document, or generally it's a pull request or the patch they provide. Then once we see a contributor is providing good enough, we increase their batch to committer. The meaning of committer is now they are allowed to commit or make changes in the official repository of that particular project. So similarly, what we can do as an open source project is we can define a path for our contributors and the community members. For example, if somebody is contributing really at good frequency and the contribution is really good, we can invite them to join our core team. Obviously, it's not about giving them job, but it's giving them the recognition so that they can be participate in the core meeting of that open source projects. So coming back to the journey which we had Apache, and we can take the similar approach or some part of it to your open source project. Then we come the PMC members, who are the members who elect the new committers and take care of the direction of the projects, because Apache is a volunteer organization and every project have this structure because we need some or a committee to oversight the and set the direction of the project. So PMC members are those. Then we have vice president for every project, and eventually, then some people become the ASF member. It's on invite basis. Currently, we have more than 800 plus members across the globe. So in normal operation, like we have the shareholders, a similar analogy you can have for this non-profit as a members. And then we have our board of directors, which are taking care of the whole organization and making sure the things are at right place. So what we can take inspiration from this is we should define a career path for our contributors, and we should recognize their contribution. So there is a way to encourage them. So we can have the users, then the contributors, then we can invite them to make commits in our actual repository. Then we can also invite them to join the core team, which took the decision of the project, and the responsible people, the core responsible for the project, we can invite them to join the core team. Apart from that, there is various way, like you can have the ambassador for your open source projects to encourage them and to recognize them. So there is one way. I will cover some more details about that in our last session of the last part of this session. Now, another important part is the communication, right? I see this is one of the critical part. Generally, the success of your open source projects depend how well you can communicate with your community. It's not only about choosing a language. It's not about just having a language in place. For example, most of the people are using English language and your project will be successful. No, it's not like that. The way you communicate with your community create a big impact on the success of your open source project. It should be the collaborative and constructive communication. I see people are volunteer in the open source project. So if you don't encourage them and have a collaborative and the constructive communication, there's a very high chances they will go away. So it's important to collaborate and have a constructive communication. No contribution is a small contribution. Even if somebody gives up raise a PR for your open source projects, acknowledge them, say them thank you, and it's and appreciate them, and say them it's your contribution is very important for us, even if it's a small typo change they are doing, because somebody is taken time from their daily work and put some time in contribution. So we should take care of it and have a very constructive and collaborative communication. See, one thing really happen is whenever you are in open source, there is always a difference in the opinion. Having difference in the opinion is a good thing, but if there's conflict happen, we should be able to manage it in a proper way. And here the responsibility of core people come into the picture. If you see some communication is going not going in a good way, you should immediately jump there and make sure that the communication becomes right, and people are not fighting with each other. Instead, they are become the constructive communication. I know it's difficult, but it's you have to, as a core team or the maintainer of the open source project, you have to jump in there. So keep your eye on that part. Apart from that, it's good to have a code of conduct. Obviously, the thing is, most of the people never are going to read the code of conduct because it's a long document having a lot of things. But some people really do care for it. And at the same time, this is the reference line for you to make decision on any situation. For example, if something happened and if you don't have a reference manual, what should I do at this situation? Your code of conduct will help you. So you should include your code of conduct in your GitHub repository or on any of the open source repository you are maintaining for your open source project. Especially in the GitHub, there is a very easy way to add a code of conduct. There are already available template. You can take the inspiration for existing code of conducts. For example, if you go to Apache, you are free to use our code of conducts. At the same time, there are various great community around open source projects and the foundation. You can take their code of conduct, and also in GitHub you can use existing templates. So it's up to you, but there should be the code of conduct which you can refer, and this can help the community to the decision. And in case of any conflict or sometimes the communication goes wrong, so this can help you there. We use English for our core development because it's a global community across the globe. At the same time, most of the people are using the English language. But if you think your community is, for example, belongs to a region where the English is not their primary language, as they are using some another language, it's good to create the documentation in that language as well. It will give you the, for newcomer, it will be an easy access to have the document in their language, which they understand easily. But obviously, the language, the primary language should be English, because an open source project is having global community. At least it's have a scope of having a global community. So if you are starting, it's good to select the English language. But at the same time, if you are targeting a particular people who belongs to a certain geography where the English is not a primary language and they have difficulty in it, it's good to have the alternate language as well. But it's not, I'm not talking about removing English, because it's create a good, it's important when you will grow in future. But it's have a complementary another language. You can create your docs in that language, or maybe a separate channel to help the community of that particular geography. Communication in the mailing list in its uses. See, in Apache we have this 4 types of, and there are others as well, but primarily every project have this 4 communication mailing list. So we have all of our communication on the mailing list. So we have a user mailing list where users can post their questions. Then we have a developer mailing list. If you're not aware of mailing list, it's simply a mail ID where everybody can post their questions and everybody get the access to that mailing list. So if somebody posts, everybody get the information somebody posted on this list, and they can also post on this mailing list. Nowadays, the Slack channel or the Discord or another chat applications are now much more popular. The forums are also getting popular. So you can imagine this like a forum. Just to give the analogy, it's not exactly the forum. So we have the 4 type of mailing list. You can take the same inspiration for your open source project. In user mailing list, the users post their question that how to use this software, we are having this problem, or these are some suggestions. So users generally post questions on the users list. The development mailing list is for discussion of the development related discussion of the project, that architecture related part of that. So all that discussion goes to the development mailing list. Similarly, we have the commits list where the since every project has some version control system, whether it's the SVN or the GitHub, so everything which is get committed in that repository, notification goes to this commit list. Apart from that, we have one private list, which is solely for discussing of the security bugs or the security vulnerabilities. We discuss on the private list, and also the invitation for the new committers or new PMC members is done in the private list. So these are the 4 part of the communication channels. You should also have something similar to it for your open source project, where your users can pose the questions, where your development community can have a discussion to improve your project. You can also have a separate place for the commits, so that if somebody is interested in learning or take care of every commits that done in the repository, you should have something for it. And important is to have a private channel for the communication, which is restricted for the limited people. Everybody can join that private communication. Those who are the part of core team will be able to join this private communication, because it may include some sensitive communication like security discussions or inviting a new members, or for example something is not happening in the community, and you can discuss it here and derive a solution for it. So I'm not recommending to have you the mailing list, but what I'm recommending here is having a separate channel, or at least a defined channel for your users, developers, and have a private communication. Is good to have. It's good for managing that open source projects. Now let's talk about the open development and the time shifting. Most of the time the open source projects are managed by the global community. Obviously, when it is started, there is a handful of people who are doing it, and they generally have it start with 1 or 2 developers who are passionate about it. they work together, and then it become the open source project, and eventually people across the globe join your project community, right? But you should be thinking of your project as a global project from the beginning. You should not think that only two people is currently managing this open source project, so we can manage it the way we want. uh, you should not follow that approach, because there's a higher chances, or at least you should have a hope of making that project as a global project, right? So you should use some kind of forum or to discuss the things. Uh, for example, if two people who just started that open source project, they even should not discuss anything in the private. They should discuss the things in the public forum, even they are near to each other, because it open up the way to people from the outside the world can join the discussion and help you there. And the communication should be asynchronous, because obviously everybody belongs to different geographical location, they have a different time zone, their motivation to join your project is different. Somebody join is because their company is doing it, somebody join your project as a hobby project. So you should have the asynchronous communication in place. We have been saying in Apache way that if it doesn't happen on the mailing list, it didn't happen. So we archived our every communication. So if you would like to see what happened 15 year ago, you can go and see in our mailing list. Similar approach you should follow. What I'm saying is this: I'm not suggesting to use the mailing list. You can use forum or any chat platform, but the archive of information is very important. Why? Because you see, right, whenever a new person join, the type of question they ask is almost similar. Means if person is joining your project today or person joining your project after 1 month, the type of question they ask is similar. So if you can archive, if you are archiving your that communication, you can just clearly give the reference of past communication. For open source project, your communication is your asset, your repository is your asset, definitely, but the way the all type of communication which you have done for that open source project is your asset, and you should not let it go, right? Some people use the channels which is not archivable. You should find alternative for it, because the archiving things is very important. It will help new people to go the archive things and get reference from them. For example, if somebody is stuck in something, they can just Google it, and if the information archived properly and have a Google index, they can clearly find the solution to their problem. They don't have to come to the community and ask the question. So you should think in this way, that how you can archive your all the communication, so it will be beneficial for the entirely community even in the future. And asynchronous way is a good way to have the communication. uh, Definitely you can have some call, monthly call or the weekly call. The monthly call is good for open source project, where you can invite other community members to just have one-to-one chat, but the most of the communication should be asynchronous, because you might have the community across the globe, and it's give time to them to interact with you. But the archive is important. uh, if you have any question about it, how you can archive, there's a various way you can use the forum. There's a various forums available for your open source project, or if your project is capable of having mailing list, it's good to have that as well. Now let's talk about the decision making. See, the thing is, if the limited people are taking decisions or not inviting other community and your community to participate in the decision, it's not good thing. The reason is your community will feel that the handful of people is running this open source project, and this will directly impact your contribution pattern. So you should be have a welcoming community and involve your community in taking the decisions. For example, if you are doing a release, have a consensus for it. If you are trying to implement a new feature, it's good to present that in front of community ahead of implementing it. So if somebody is having some question or having some thoughts, or at least they will feel that you're trying to invite them to become the part of the decision making. So if you are doing any new feature, it's good to post that on your channel, that hey, we are started thinking of implementing this new feature. If you have any thoughts or feedbacks, please let us know. And you will see this will increase your community contribution. People will start talking about it. See, the contribution not limited to the code. If somebody give a good idea, it's another kind of contribution. In some places you may need a vote, and it's good to have a official vote. For example, if you are releasing something and you think that this is a critical release and may break something for the after the previous release, so it's good to have a voting, so that even people can test your application. For example, new version might have some bug, so before actually releasing it, you can have a official voting on it. And if somebody have a people can have a +1, which means everything is good. People may have a -1, and when they have a -1, you should encourage them you to tell the reason why you are saying a -1. Is there any problem in the release? Is there any security bug which you are figuring out, or is there any half baked functionality which is the part of this release, and that's why you are saying we should not release it this time? There could be various inputs which you can got from the community. So even the core team can give their voting. So the voting will be in public, and the core team can also say +1 to release it. And maybe if somebody from the community say +1 to release it, and if somebody is saying -1, at the starting of the vote, you should tell. If you are saying -1, please do let us know the reason to not have this release. So I give an example of having voting for release, but it's applicable to everywhere. Where you think you can take the participation for the community and can make them can involve them, you can do this by voting and involving them. Some things to take care from whenever you started a vote. It should be last for at least 72 hours, because in general the 72 hours cover almost all the time zones. So in 72 hours, everybody had their 24 hours and their working hours. And it's better to have anything between, keep your vote open anything between 72 hours to 1 week. You can open it for 1 week. That's a standard practice, and you can have that as well. Cool. So this was something about the Apache way, which I have currently discussed at this point of time. Now, based on my experience with the commercial open source projects and the open source projects which are not the part of Apache umbrella, I would like to discuss a few points which can help you growing your open source projects. See, when you will call your open source project is successful, definitely first when you have a large adoption, you have a lot of users for your open source projects, that's definitely a success. If you see many people are using your open source projects, there's definitely a success. But another important measure for your success is how many people are helping each other in the community. For example, your open source project have a core member of 5 people or maybe 10 people. And if you see only those 10 people are helping the community, it's not a good thing for an open source project, right? Everybody from the open source, or most of the people from the open source community, should help each other. If you think your only core team can help your whole community, it is not going to scale, because you always have a limited core team. Obviously, most of the answers will be done by the core team, but you should nurture your community in such a way that they should be feel welcoming and they should be helping each other, not only the core team. Because if you have 100 users, definitely 10 members can address their question. But if your open source project grow and you have a 10,000 or 1 lakh users, that core team can't answer everybody's query, right? So you have to nurture your community in such a way that they start helping each other. So that will be a successful part. That is a successful success metrics for an open source project. Apart from that, have a good documentation and the resources. See, this is the core of any open source project. If you are having a very good code, and if you don't have a good resources or the documentation, nobody is going to know you have a good project. So if I talk about open source documentation, there's a various way you can manage it. Means invite your community to help you in the documentation. There are various open source tools available, which even open source projects which are available you to have the documentation for your project. So make sure your documentation is really very good. It is good for the beginner, it is good for the mediocre people who medium people who have a good time in the community. At the same time, it should be have a good documentation for advanced things which can be done with your open source project. So please focus on it. Document everything. Means how somebody can contribute to your project, document that. Document how to use your open source project. Document how new people can contribute to your open source project. So there is various things you should document. Please spend some time on it. Coming from the developer community and the background, developer don't like documenting, but please trust me, if you are not documenting it, you are going to lose the community and your chances of becoming a good open source project. I know it took time, but if you have some open source project like Docusaurus, or there are other open source project documentation projects available, you use that projects to document your things so that other people can also contribute to it. Apart from that, there are various resources in which you should be active, right? Your project should be active on Twitter, or maybe LinkedIn, or Reddit. Wherever your community is active, you should be active on that platform. Generally Twitter is really good to have. So because you have to keep tweeting about it, because it's not like that. See, it's not like that, right? Means you build something open source, and on day one the community will be there to help you and you got a massive success. It's not reality. You have to go to the people and say them, hey, this is the project, this is open source project we are doing, come and join us, and we are hopeful that will help you. So these social media platforms are good way to post about your projects, and I will encourage the core team to post everything from their personal account as well. Keep talking about it, keep a post on the LinkedIn, keep have a tweet on Twitter, or maybe if you are using Facebook and your community is active on Facebook, do there. Whatever you feel your community is active on it, do that. Apart from that, have a we should important focus on the project setup. See, most of the newcomer, why they don't start contributing to your open source project is they found difficulty in installing your project or having the environment ready for your open source project. So spend good time on it. See, if you prepare a document that do this 10 things to set up a project on their machine, chances are you are going to fail, because the day is gone when people just follow that complete document. Nowadays people have a npm and the yarn, so they have to just use the cli, and everything is there for them to their development environment is just ready. So you should also thinking that way, that how effectively and very easily your end user or your contributor can set up your project. Please put time on it. How you can do that means even with few commands, your project should be set up in your contributors machine. If this is the thing, there is a highly chances of adaptability. But if it's very difficult for somebody to set up your project, you will have a less you will got the friction for from the contribution side. So make sure your project setup is should be easy for newcomer. And at the same time, if you are making any upgrade, the upgrade guide should be in place so that they can upgrade to the newer version. Next thing is a good first issue. For example, if you are having there is an uh, thing in the GitHub, there's a good first issue. So you should mark the issue which you think is easily for pickup for newcomers. You should label them as a good first issue. In this way, the newcomer who is coming to your repository can figure out, hey, this is something easy to pick up, and they can pick it up, and from there they start their contribution journey to your open source project, and from there you can nurture them to become to contribute more. Apart from that is the partner network. So it's not only specific to open source projects. For example, see, the thing is, nobody, very few people are contribute to open source just for the fun purpose. The things has changed now. If you believe or agree or not, but there is monetary aspect behind open source projects. See, initially we call open source project a free software, right? But the free term was giving misconception to the people. People was thinking free relating to the money, but the free was not related to money. Free was related to the freedom. So that's why we changed the name from free software to the open source. And the credit goes to Kristen Peterson. She coined this term, and people adopted it. So similarly, the free is not about having no money in the project. You should have the way through which your contributors and your people can earn money, or they can provide services on the top of your project, so that it will become you should have to give a monetary model to your users and the contributor. See, there are two type of users to your application. Somebody who is just using your application and they are saving money from the proprietary. They are not giving money to the proprietary people because they are using an open source project. Definitely, your project will get successful. And apart from that, you should have a network of the people, or at least network of the organization, or you should have something in a place which tell your contributors how to earn money from that. Maybe how people can give services on top of your project. So there's a lot of things. The nowadays COSS thing is a very coin terms. You can explore more about on Google. And what I'm saying is, you should have a model to monetary model to allow your contributors, not to you, your contributors and community, to build monetary aspect on top of your project. So think on it, and this is where people where you can attract more contributors, because everybody need some monetary aspect to back their efforts, right? The next thing is I would like to discuss about is the feedback and the survey. Have a continuous engagement with your community. Ask for continuous questions, and have the survey for them to ask the questions. Ask questions about that, how you can improve it. If they are having any problem, if they have any feedback for us, ask them. And on that feedback, decide your next project plan for your open source project. So feedback is really, really important, and you should do it. You can do it via survey. You can do it via maybe if you are having a channel, you can, for example, any chat channel, post it there. But a survey should be there. A feedback is really important, and take the feedback, then work on that feedback. It's a loop. It's ever going loop. You have to do it always. So do that to grow your open source project. I would like to thank for Shane Kukuru. I use a various part of the Apache Web, which he documented in various places. I took some part of it. Thanks, Shane, for preparing that. And you can follow me on the Twitter. My handler is Swapnil Ammane. So if you have any question, you can anytime post me there. Apart from that, I'm running Open Source Wave YouTube channel. I create a lot of content for open source, related to open source. It's a non-for-profit initiative from my side. You can visit this channel, and if you have any questions, please feel free to post me. Even after this session, if you have any question for me, I'm willing to help to all the open source people, and voluntary would like to help your project. So please do let me know if you have any questions. Please let me know in the Twitter. I'm active there. And please visit the Open Source Wave YouTube channel, where you can find more tips and tricks and know more about other open source projects which are there and might be help you. And if you want to feature me your open source project, if you want to create about your open source project to me, please do reach out to me via Twitter. I will be more than happy to do that as well. Depending on my availability, and I will love to promote your open source project as well. So if you have any questions, I will open up for the questions, and please do let me know. I will be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you a lot, Swapnil. So I've collected some questions. Let me turn on my camera and be a bit social here. Hi. So the first question is from Henrik, who wonders what the most popular programming languages are in the Apache project, and if you as an organization try to influence the use of certain languages.
Yes. So the simple answer is no. We don't promote any language. What generally is people think Apache provide an open source project. In reality, it's not happen that way. What people do is people have their open source project and they contribute that to the Apache community. And we have an incubation in place where we help them to grow their community. We give them idea how you can grow your project. We give them tools to make their community, like we give them tools to manage their infrastructure. We give tools like mailing list to effectively communicate with the community. So it generally people outside the Apache thought that Apache is providing open source project, but actually outside world gives project to the Apache Software Foundation. And after incubation, generally incubation take a 1 year time where we see the people are the communities from the should not be from just one organization. It should be the global community, or at least a dispersed community. And then we told them, we guide them how to make the releases, how to discuss the security vulnerabilities, how to grow your community. And this complete taken care in our incubation project. So people join the incubation project and then they become the part of Apache umbrella and become the top level project. So to answer your questions, generally Apache don't think in that way that this is a popular language and we should build a project on top of it. But it's really good part you mentioned here, and it's a really good topic. So if you are building an open source project, it's good to have a survey which are the top programming language used by the developer, and build your open source project in that. It will open up the chances of adoption of your project. If you remember, most of the people are now migrating from JavaScript to TypeScript because it's a lot of benefit, like it's give you some bugs upfront and gives you more flexibility. Some people are moving from Java to Python because of the offering of that particular language. So my recommendation is you have two things in your mind. One, definitely, what are the top programming language in the market? You should try to use those language. At the same time, you should select your language based on the need of your project. For example, if you want to build something in the machine learning and that part of kind, you should choose the language or the framework which can help your machine learning aspect. You can just go some other language, right? So in the both of the thing, both things should be considered. And I do agree with you. Language is important. So before starting your project, or if you are already having a project and planning to migrate your language, there is a lot of survey available in the market. The Stack Overflow survey is available. There is a lot of good agencies whose 2021 survey is also available for the past year, which has a top programming language. So it's good to see that. Yeah.
Cool, thank you. And then I have a question from Luna. Have Apache been thinking of switching to Matrix instead of Slack as an open communication channel?
Yes. So what we have done is in Apache Software Foundation, we are using Slack channel. But for us, the Slack channel is not our official channel. Means we don't consider that. Means if we have to say something is happened in Apache, it should be on mailing list. If some discussion is had on Slack, we don't consider it as official communication. I have inputs for you. Your open source project here is, see, you can choose Slack or Discord or forum based on your need. The thing is, nowadays the community or the people don't want to wait for their answers, right? They put the question and they need some real people who want to answer. So it's really great and good to have your chat channel as well, so that people can directly pose their questions and you can directly answer them. But in this journey, you should not do the common mistake, which is not archiving your communication. Because what generally happens is, for 1 or 2 years you will keep answering the questions of the people, but if you don't archive it, the questions are going to repeat, and it's become your effort from your side to just keep answering that. So a forum is a good option, and GitHub discussion is also a good option. Means what you can do is your frequently asked answers question, you can move it to GitHub, or you can encourage your community. Hey, if you have something to chit chat or quickly, let's post it here. But you asked a good question, please ask it on our forum or GitHub discussion, so we can answer it there, and it will help the future adopters to take the reference from that. So using chat is a good thing. You should use it, but you should not making it as your primary channel of communication, because it is having some archive problems and it's not searchable. So my recommendation to use is, if you have a budget in your open source project, use a forum along with your channel. And if you don't have a budget, go for GitHub discussions. It's free to use currently in the beta version, but it is having a decent functionalities to answer your problem.
So that actually leads me on. So I'll reshuffle the questions a bit. So one of the things with archiving, do you see a conflict with GDPR and these newer privacy laws and archiving this type of content?
Right. The thing is, in most of the nations, means we are doing it Apache from many years, so we didn't find any complications there. The thing is, whatever I talked about in terms of open source project. If you are having a mind that I would like to steal some data from the user, please don't do that. It's not a good thing. What some people do, what they do is, for example, they have an open source project, and through CLI their project can be deployed. Unknowingly, they or intentionally they take some user information which is not anonymous. So if you're doing that kind of thing, you should explicitly tell your users, hey, I'm collecting this information. Do you want to agree on that? But most of the open source project never collect this information. So you don't have this issue of legal issue related to them. And most of the question, the things which I'm talking about archiving is the communication which is done on the public platform. I'm talking about archiving that communication, because in public platform nobody share their actual personal data, right? What they generally do is they ask the question, hey, I'm having problem in this, and since they are explicitly asking on the public forum, that gives you freedom to archive it. And if somebody asks on the forum, it's there for a long time, and even Google will index it. So as long as it's not a critical information or sensitive information, there will be not any legal problem. But I will recommend, if you should have a certain channel for discussing the security vulnerability. You should encourage your people to discuss the security problem on a different channel, which is a private, where only limited people have access to. So that's the one part. And if something happened on the public forum and you are not collecting sensitive information about your user, you are free to archive it. And we are doing it for a long time. As a big organization, as a Apache Software Foundation, we never face any issue or legal issue for that.
It's good to know. And I'm jumping around a bit around the questions here as well, because we're quickly running out of time. But we have a good question here from Daniel, I think. So you mentioned this good first issue. How do you prevent them from getting immediately solved by experienced people? Because they tend to be low-hanging fruit. So do you deliberately prevent people from solving them?
That's a really nice question. So what happened is, we labeled it good first issue. And see, there are two types of projects. One is a purely open source project, means it's a purely volunteer project. No organization is backing them. It's a pure open source project. But nowadays there is a type of open source project which we call the cost. For example, if you build something open source projects, if you build a project and make it open source, but at the same time there's a company behind it. Obviously, company is not taking anything from the open source, or not they are killing the philosophy of open source. But that organization is built that open source projects and they make it to the public. So there is some core team behind it, which actually drive the project, and eventually new people can join the core team. But that core team belongs to some organization which make this project open source. So what generally things done is, I know some community whoever internal understanding that if there is some good first issue, we will not pick it up. We will keep it for the community. And if some experienced people from the community is picking it up, it's good. It's fine. It's no problem. But what I have observed is, since that experienced people, you have to encourage them to become part of your core team. And there, it's a non-said statement, but communicated to. It's known to everybody. Means experienced people where very lessly pick up this type of a good first issue. The reason is they also want to encourage the contributions. They also want new people to join them. So what generally happened is, if you talk about the people who are in the community from long time and you are calling them experience, they will not pick this issue because they are already engaged with some big issues. But if you're calling a people who is experienced in Java, for example, experience having some technology, and a new contributor to your project, and they are picking this good first issue, it's fine. You should encourage them to pick them. But what happened is eventually when your community grows and you have experienced people who are in the community for long, they themselves don't pick it. They even encourage other peoples to join your project. So it will not be issue. But if it is happen, but it will not happen a lot. It's not going to happen that some experienced people pick all your good first issue. It's not. And if it's happened, it's always you have a good way and gently to say thank you and request them, hey, can we do this thing? We need your help in this particular critical issue. Please join us here so that we can have a bunch of good first issue for our newcomers. So everybody is in open source is welcoming. So if you request them, they will definitely support you.
So then I saw that our next speaker just arrived, but I will end with one last question, which means that I will skip your evil question, Luna. I'm sorry about running out of time. But there's a question from Andy here. What's a good point to start contributing to Apache?
Oh, no, that's a nice question, right? So before starting that, since we can't take all the question, so as I mentioned, you can ping me on my Twitter handler, and I will definitely going to answer your question there. So please feel to reach me out, and I'm always willing to help the open source communities. So please do ask me there if your question is not answered right now. And thank you for this good question about Apache Software Foundation. You can do one thing. You can go to projects.apache.org. It's a projects.apache.org, the URL. It have listing of all the Apache projects. And there's a category to filter it, to bifurcate project based on programming language. So if you are good at Java, you can filter the project by Java and get the list of all the projects. There's one more filter in that site, which is filter by the domain. For example, if you want to work in the CMS domain, or in the ERP domain, or in the machine learning domain, or in the content domain, or in the observability domain, you can filter the project on basis of that as well. So you can go there and filter based on your liking, and then go to the website of that particular project. Apache.org is the foundation website, and we have a sub website for all 350 plus projects. We have oabiz.apache.org, spark.apache.org, cassandra.apache.org. So you can go to their website and join their mailing list and ask them, hey, I explore your project and I would like to contribute to your project. Can you please guide me? And I'm pretty much sure every community is waiting for the new contributors. So they will exactly guide you how to contribute to their project. So I can't answer how to contribute to this 350 projects, but you can ask individually on their mailing list, and the experts from their community will definitely going to help you. And another way is definitely go to their repository and see for good first issue. If you found some issue in their documentation, tell them. If you have any issue in following the documentation, also tell them, hey, I followed your documentation and it's not very good for new user. Can we make some restructuring? So there's a lot of way, but the starting point could be projects.apache.org. Pick up your project and start contributing and asking the questions how you can contribute.
Thank you very much. So we're slowly running out of time. So I'd like to extend my thanks to you and to everyone asking questions. We will take a break for a minute and a half, and set up the next speaker. But I'll see you around.
Oh, thank you so
Welcome to another foss-north. I would like to start by thanking our gold sponsors, our silver sponsors, our base sponsors, and our partners from the community.
So welcome back, everyone. We have Christo with us. So welcome, Christo.
Hi. All right then, nice to meet you all. Today we're going to talk about blockchain and the future of finance. Let me share my presentation.
Perfect.
Okay, some words about me. My name is Christo Pev. I'm a software developer and innovations manager. For the last 7-8 years, I've been working as a technology consultant for asset management, electronic trading, and blockchain companies. And I also run the team of Motion Software, which is an organization of people who also work on that kind of projects. So today's topic is the future of finance is decentralization. And this lecture will be a quick dive into the world of DeFi. If you don't know what that means, don't worry. That's exactly what we're gonna explain right now. What's our agenda? We're gonna talk about how blockchain is changing the world and why that's important. How wallets, smart contracts, and decentralized applications work. What's the meaning of the term DeFi? Popular applications of DeFi, risks associated with this technology, and how to be part of that industry and area of science. So, this picture visualizes a blockchain, which, as most of you know, is a big network of computers who execute the same operations and share the same memory all the time. Bitcoin was the first project that created the biggest and still the most powerful blockchain in the world. And then it was followed by Ethereum. Ethereum introduced the concept of smart contracts and executionable codes on the blockchain, while Bitcoin was just about transactions and sending money or equivalent of money from one peer of the network to another. I mentioned Ethereum because most of the things that we're going to talk about today are projects based on the Ethereum blockchain, and they exist thanks to this technology and thanks to this network of computers processing not just transactions but also decentralized applications. How blockchain is changing the world? Actually, the blockchain technology is introducing a new system of money. The new system, it's not completely different from the old system, but it has few unique features that the old system could not provide. The first unique feature is that there is no centralized control. What that means, all accounts, just imagine like your bank account, for example, they are not held by any institution or any individual. Everything stays on this shared memory, which is shared between hundreds or thousands or sometimes even millions of computers. So no one can simply delete your account, or no one can modify the balance of your account without being in consensus with all the computers on the system. If you guys have any questions, now is the time to tell you to ask them on the YouTube channel next to the video. I will be answering them in real time. No need to wait for the end of this presentation. The second feature of the blockchain financial system is that there is no limitation of access. Basically, if you have any digital assets or data stored on the blockchain, you can access it 24/7. There are no holidays, there are no bank days and bank holidays, as it typically happens when you try to make a transaction with your local bank on Sunday, and you should wait for another day to do that. A third good feature is when you want to do any kind of trades or other financial operations, there are no people in between. That means that you do the trade directly with your counterparty. You trade directly with the people that want to purchase your goods or your services, and you don't need to wait for another party to react or for another party to confirm a transaction. Thus, the blockchain removes the inefficiencies in the current system. Opacity. This is the fourth unique feature of this new way of controlling money. Basically, on the blockchain, everything is visible. You can trace every transaction. You can check the balance of every wallet. And anyone on the system can verify the origin of the assets that reside in a given wallet, which is an amazing feature that the current financial system is achieving to hundreds of institutions, agencies that check taxation reports, agencies that do surveillance on the assets of the people and their accounts across different jurisdictions and so on. On the blockchain system that comes out of the box, so we don't need all these heavy agencies. And the last but not least, you don't need a customer support because everything that happens there is designed in such a way that it cannot break and it shouldn't break. In the past, there were some cases when blockchains, and more specifically the Ethereum blockchain, was hacked. But this event was mitigated. The blockchain was fixed. It split actually into a new chain, and the old one is still there. It's called Ethereum Classic. The new one is the main Ethereum chain. That happened probably 5 years ago or 6 years ago. And since then, there were no problems with the Ethereum blockchain. So we believe that the system is secure enough, as the time shows that it's durable to all known attacks so far. I see there is a question from Cardano, Bulgaria. Please elaborate on the way collateral in case of loans is managed in cases when collateral is not crypto. Sure, I'll talk about that a little bit later. So stay on the presentation for another 15 minutes. How to use any blockchain. So in order to get on that system and start making transactions or save your data there, you need one simple thing. It's called a wallet. Simply said, wallet is just these two numbers, these two strings. So you have your address, also known as the public key. This is the blue number. And you also have your private key. The address is something which is public. I'll demonstrate how this wallet looks like. Just a second. Yep. So as you can see, here is my wallet and I have $0 in it. And if I had any money, I would see my balance here and I would see all the transactions that happened until that balance. I will show you such example as well. I have one bigger wallet here. So inside this wallet, you can see that there is more than $1 million that are spread across different digital assets. So here we have SushiSwap token, we have mstable token, Uniswap, and so on. This information is all public. This website, dbank, is just one of the many websites that display information fetched from the blockchain, from the Ethereum blockchain system. And anyone can fetch such information through the public API of Ethereum. Here you can also see all the transactions that happened between this wallet and other wallets. So the first step is to create such wallet. As you may heard, there are many kinds of wallets. Software wallets. Let me open this again. So there are software wallets, web wallets, cold wallets, and hardware wallets. The main mechanism behind all these is the same. All of them pretty much keep your private key safe, the one below, because once you have this private key, you are capable of making transactions and sending money from your wallet to other wallets or smart contracts that we talk about later. So a software wallet is a program on your computer that holds this key securely, and we hope that the hackers will not reach to this program to steal your private key. A web wallet is very similar, but the program is not on your computer, it's on the cloud, and you can access it from anywhere. Cold wallet. Cold wallet typically means that you have written down your private key on a piece of paper, as you can see on this picture, or you have saved it on a external flash drive. So you can open it only when you plug your flash drive into your computer. And there is also the so-called hardware wallet. It works similarly to the cold wallet on a flash drive, but the hardware wallet is a piece of hardware that has additional software that protects your private key. And you can access it by putting down a key, a password on your hardware wallet. So in order to start with blockchain and like having money, having assets there, making any kind of operation there, you can start by MetaMask. This is the most common and powerful wallet. It's a Google Chrome extension that anyone can install for free and start receiving or sending digital money. What are smart contracts? I already mentioned this term. So for the people who are familiar with programming, and in particular object-oriented programming, you know there are classes. The classes are the building blocks of all programs. Smart contracts are the classes of the blockchain programs. So by writing and deploying smart contracts to the blockchain, we can deploy logic and applications similarly to the applications that you can access from the App Store of your phone. These are the difference between the applications on your phone and the applications that run on the blockchain is that the blockchain applications are executed by all nodes, by all computers in that system, which makes them secure and immutable. Although it makes them very slow and very expensive to execute, as you need to run them to the CPUs or virtual processors, like graphical processors of all these computers. What's the meaning of the term DeFi? Decentralized finance, this is the abbreviation, is a system by which financial products become available as decentralized applications, also known as dApps, making them open to anyone to use rather than going to middlemen like banks or brokerages. So The blockchain system could be also used for other applications, not just financial ones. A good example are the super trendy NFTs, which represent a proof that you own a piece of art or a piece of information. NFTs could be considered as DeFi, but sometimes they could be used for games or for other purposes that also involve blockchain, but are not part of the decentralized finance. I'm saying that because sometimes people think that the blockchain technology is all about money, all about transactions and finance. Actually, it could be used for many other purposes. How the decentralized finance is different from the traditional one. So with the traditional financial system, we have a bank or we have other kind of financial institution like a hedge fund, like electronic app, like mobile application like Revolut, for example, which is not completely a bank but offers financial products. And these products could be checking and saving accounts. They could be borrowing and lending products. So you take money, you borrow money from the bank when you need. Could be insurances, could be taxation and accounting services. In the DeFi world, we have all these products, but they're not run by a central unit. They run on the blockchain. And the most interesting thing is that these products, they're not run by people, but they're programs. So basically, when you want to borrow money, you don't borrow the money from a guy that has a key to a vault full of money. You borrow the money from a program who stores other people's money, again, in a programmatic way. Currently, there are about $60 billion stored in the DeFi economy. And all this money are spread across multiple protocols that we're going to talk about in a minute. This screenshot is from a website called DeFi Pools, and it's a very good source of information about all the protocols and projects in the field. Here, some of the most popular projects. We have MakerDAO. MakerDAO is also the first DeFi project. It's the first project that allows its users to borrow money from a smart contract. We have Compound, DYDX, Aave, and many others. They provide different financial services that we are going to discuss right now. Actually, the ecosystem is very rich and huge. As you can see, all these logos, they represent companies who produce open source software on the blockchain. And each of these companies, some of them are even not companies, but teams or just sole developers. Each of them focus on different applications of the DeFi technology. Some of them develop the so-called stable coins. These are digital assets that are pegged to real currencies like the US dollar. The most common example is the DAI token, the USDC coin, and so on. They're services that enable other projects to interact with the blockchain in more effective way. They're infrastructure and dev tools, asset management tools, and exchanges. I'm not going to talk about each of them because that would take weeks. So let's see some of the brightest examples. So one of the key applications of DeFi is trading. So how trading happens there? On the left-hand side here, you can see a traditional order book. This is an image that you can find on all traditional exchanges, starting from the New York Stock Exchange, for example, NASDAQ, and then going to the more modern crypto exchanges like Bittrex, Binance, and so on. And in this particular way of trading, we have the orders on the left side of all people that want to buy given product or currency, and on the right side we have the orders of all the people that sell it. And a trade happens when there is a match in the pricing between the supply and the demand. So in the decentralized finance exchanges, the trading happens differently. We don't have order books there. We have something called automated market maker. You can see that on the right side. And the automated market maker, this is a smart contract that holds assets on both sides of a trading pair and continuously quotes a price for buying and for selling. So if I want to buy Ethereum, for example, with my DAI tokens, I can simply send my DAI tokens to the smart contract, and the smart contract will send me back Ethereum tokens from a pool of assets which is already staked inside the smart contract. The smart contract can also take into account more complex data than just bid and ask, but also other information regarding the price of the asset. We'll talk a little bit about that as well. Since smart contracts are isolated from the outer world, they need a way to receive information about pricing, as people trade such assets on many other places, so the price could be quite volatile. And we use something called oracles in order to take information from the outer world inside the blockchain. Oracles are simply methods in the code that can receive information from other services, other APIs, and so on. You ask how the money get into these smart contracts so people can trade them. The answer is liquidity providers. Liquidity providers are people who stake money and generate fees so other people can trade. This also became a very trendy field called yield mining for people who want to make profits by holding digital assets. So on one side, we have a guy who wants to buy and sell, and on the other side, we have a guy who provides both assets. Typically, the liquidity provider provides equal amounts of both assets to the smart contract, so there is enough from both to for the peoples to trade. In exchange of that, the liquidity provider gets interest, so she earns money out of the transactions of the other people. The people, the traders who trade, they pay a little fee every time when they execute a trade. and this fee converts into an interest for the liquidity provider. I can show you now how that works on Uniswap. Uniswap is the most popular DeFi exchange. And on this page, you can see all possible trading pairs. So, for example, we have here Ethereum, USDT. These are pretty much 2 out of 5 the most popular digital assets out there. So, if I want to buy Ethereum with US dollar Tether, I can simply click here, go trade, connect my wallet, and exchange my $100 for Ethereum. And here you can see there is a fee, 0.22%. This fee will accumulate and will go to the liquidity providers. At the end, the liquidity providers can generate an annual percentage, an annual fee of 30% for providing money to this smart contract. So if I want to become a liquidity provider, I can again click on the pair, click on add liquidity, and stake for my Ethereum wallet an equal amount of US dollars and Ethereum. You can see even when I type the amount of dollars that I'd like to stake, automatically the amount of Ethereum is presented to me. So if I stake 10,000 USDCs, which is equal to $10,000, and for Ethereums, I will start making profit on this deposit. And the profit, just a second, USDC, page, because it disappeared. The profit will be 38% per year. And it will be paid back again in these 2 tokens. Excuse me for the confusion, because when I click on that liquidity, oh, now it's USDT. That's the right pair, not USDC. Again, if I stake 10,000 USDTs, I should also stake for Ethereums. And this interest, it will be paid, I think, every minute on Uniswap. So even if I stake money just for a day, I will also generate returns, and it will be this percentage divided by the number of the days in the year. These liquidity fees, they depend, of course, on the volume, meaning how many people, how much money people trade for the last 7 days on this smart contract, and the liquidity, basically how much money are inside the smart contracts. As higher the liquidity and as lower the volume, as lower the interest. That's logical, I think. Other popular exchanges like Uniswap, QuickSwap, Banker, PancakeSwap, and so on. There are many now because many people saw that as a good way to trade and also a good way to make profit on their money. I see there is a new question from Ivan. I'll answer the questions of Cardano Bulgaria a little bit later when we reach the section for loans. Ivan asks, is it locked the amount that you deposit, or you can withdraw anytime? Yeah, you can withdraw your money from the smart contract anytime. And it's not locked for, let's say, 7 days, 1 year, and so on. So it's very, very flexible system. Lending. Here we reach that point. That's another application of the DeFi economy. So we discussed how trading works. Let's see now how lending can happen in this digital environment. I took these screenshots from a very comprehensive tutorial that will be shared after the lecture, and you can learn more about it because it's not super simple, but also it's not unreasonably hard to understand. Here we talk about MakerDAO, the first, as I said, active DeFi application. And on MakerDAO, you can do the so-called collateralized loans. What does collateral mean? It's very simple. For example, when you want to get a credit from your bank, you stake your apartment, or you stake your car, or you leave something as collateral. The collateral is an asset which the bank can take over in case you don't pay back your money. We have absolutely the same concepts on DeFi. So in MakerDAO, if I want to borrow money, I can leave my Ethereum as collateral. So in this example, in step one, I want to deposit my Ethereum to MakerDAO. I deposit 150. I deposit one Ethereum, which at the time of speaking costs $150 US. And MakerDAO is giving me back $100 USD under the form of DAI tokens. One DAI token is also $1. It's a stable coin. So I have debt of $100, and I have my $150 used as collateral inside the MakerDAO smart contract. It's all smart contracts, so for me, the terms and conditions of this credit and these transactions are super clear because they're open source, I can read them. So now I have $100 that I can use to purchase anything else. And I also have my Ethereum, and I make profit on potential price spikes of the Ethereum. How would you guys spend this $100? Until you think about that question, I will use the time to answer the second question of Cardano Bulgaria. Why should I get a DeFi loan if I need to back it up 100% in currency? I could go to the traditional bank instead. You should go, you can go, of course, but the traditional bank will give you higher interest and way, way higher administration. Because when you go on DeFi, nobody asks you about your ID, nobody asks you about your credit history. You simply stake your collateral and you get the other asset. So there is no middleman, and thus the whole system is way more effective and way more cheaper in terms of fees. And for your other question, how does it work when collateral is not in crypto? That's very, very good question, actually, because digitalizing physical assets is one of the main fields of interest and very hot domain how that can happen. Currently, the only way to happen is you need, again, a trusted party that can value your asset, and then the price of your asset could be propagated to the smart contract by Oracle. We're gonna talk about derivatives and that kind of assets in a bit, so stay tuned for that. How do you buy a car then? Of course, when I take these $100 in DAI, I can sell them for a real $100 and buy the car. So I'll have the car and I'll have my Ethereum staked on the blockchain. Veselin. DeFi operates within areas that traditionally have significant oversight from governments and regulatory bodies around the world. Do you foresee any regulatory risks surrounding DeFi? Yes, of course, there are risks. The good thing is that even regulation, like better regulation for DeFi happens in terms of a given government, given state makes DeFi illegal. It will be very, very hard for the state to chase and to detect the usage of DeFi, because everyone connected on the internet can be part of DeFi. So in order to stop DeFi, they need to stop the internet. And yeah, there are countries that manage to do that, but not entirely. Yes, Cardano Bulgaria, you cannot stake real assets without a third-party custodian at the moment, unfortunately. So once I have my $100 back, okay, there was a little disruption. Once I have my 100 DAIs back, I can send them to the contract. It's called the Maker CDB contract, and it will automatically release my Ethereum back to my Ethereum wallet, the same wallet that I use to send my Ethereum token. And this is a good example of how DeFi lending works. There is one more type of lending, which is very, very interesting. It's a very trendy topic. It's called the flash loan. Using flash loans, you can borrow huge amounts of digital assets without collateral. And people will ask, what's the catch? The catch is that you can use this money within the same transaction. That means that you actually don't really borrow the money. You just prove that they're accessible in a given wallet. And you need to keep that in that wallet for your transaction, like at the end of the transaction. So you cannot basically spend the money or buy something with that money that will be granted to another beneficiary. And it's used in more technical cases of the blockchain trading. For example, people make arbitrage with flash loans. Flash loans can be also used for hacks, and some smart contracts were hacked by flash loans. So people should be aware of the technology and also know how to protect from it if they develop smart contracts. Popular lending decentralized applications are MakerDAO, Aave, and Compound. Aave and Compound, they work similarly to MakerDAO. They provide more pairs that you can lend from, borrow from, and they also provide sometimes better interest rates, because in order to borrow Ethereum, for example, from a smart contract, again, you need a liquidity provider. So if you have spare Ethereum or spare anything, you can stake it in one of these protocols and again start making interest, while other people use this money to borrow them. Here it comes a third application of DeFi, derivatives. That's something very interesting, and it's something that is pretty much the hottest topic in the industry for the moment. I will focus on stocks and commodities. Although a derivative is a financial security with a value that is reliant upon or derived from an underlying asset or group of assets. So we can also have market indices, we can have bonds, these are like governmental bonds. We can have interest rates and so on as derivatives. Very recently, the biggest crypto exchange, Binance, released stock tokens. So these are crypto derivatives that are pegged to the stock prices of Apple, of Coinbase, Microsoft, Tesla, MicroStrategy, and so on. And this is a very good example of how non-crypto assets could become crypto assets, or at least how we can bet on the price of non-crypto assets by using crypto. Although this exchange is not really DeFi, as Binance is centralized company and centralized crypto exchange. So I'm showing you here another example of truly decentralized exchange that offers similar products, and this is Synthetics. So on Synthetics, you can now trade commodities. Currently, they have silver, gold, and oil as commodities, and they use, again, the information about the price comes from a trusted party. They're probably connected to one of the leading exchanges or stock exchange information providers like Bloomberg, for example. And again, you use crypto. Also, these products here, they're smart contracts. So you use crypto to trade commodities through smart contracts. And you don't have a middleman that can intercept or sniff your activity. Cool. So we went to 3 of the popular applications of DeFi, and now I want also to discuss some of the risks associated with these technologies, with this technology. The first risk that arises from the usage of smart contracts is called the smart contract risk. So that's a logical error in the code of the smart contract or economic exploit in which an attacker can withdraw funds from the contract or from a protocol beyond the intended functionality. Over the past decade, that happened a few times. These hacks, they typically happen because of poor security practices. And that's just another demonstration of how vulnerable are bad managed projects and code that's not written very well to malpractice. Smart contracts can also hinder the risk of a logical error, which means that the developer haven't foreseen a logic that can execute, but it's still there. custodial risk. So as we discussed, there are different wallets. They're also associated with the different ways of custody. We have self-custody, partially self-custody, and third-party custody. Self-custody is when we hold our money and we are never insured from bad people simply coming to us and taking our wallet, asking us about our private keys and so on. We have partial custodian, partial custody. This is probably the most secure way because we have part of the key, another third-party organization has the other part, and only together we can execute transaction. So the bad people should influence both parties. And the third-party custody is when our private keys stay within another organization, and the third-party organization can take our money without asking us if they decide. We have scaling risks. So the Ethereum blockchain is limited to a low number of transactions at high cost. Currently on the Ethereum blockchain, we can do about 15 transactions per second, which compared to, let's say, the Visa system is quite low. On Visa system, you can do about 65,000 transactions per second. And if we experience high load on our smart contracts, they might not work as planned, or simply some of the transactions could not be processed, or they will be processed at very, very high price. Because on the Ethereum blockchain, you pay with Ethereum for every transaction that you do. Although the Ethereum team is constantly working on improving that, and there is a new version of Ethereum coming out, which is expected to sort out many of these issues. So I don't worry that much about the scaling risks associated with DeFi. And there is one more risk called the impermanent loss. It's not fundamental to smart contracts because impermanent loss happens only with automated market makers. These are the smart contracts that I showed you that people use to trade. And the risk here is that you can lose from not keeping your crypto assets outside the contract, because when you stake an asset in an when you stake a pair of assets into an automated market maker, your assets are basically pegged one to the other. So even if, let's say, you have Ethereum and USDC, if the Ethereum dramatically jumps, spikes in terms of price, you can lose, because your Ethereum is still connected to the dollar, and at the end, you withdraw less Ethereum that you staked, although you made a fee by providing liquidity. This loss is called impermanent because it can be recovered if the price reverts to the original level of the underlying token. All right, so I hope that was interesting. Here's some advices on how to be part of DeFi, so you can learn more about blockchain and DeFi from many sources. Nowadays, there are even courses in academia, in the universities about blockchain and so on. I will also publish a list of resources on LinkedIn and on my foss-north page that you can download. You can meet people who work on DeFi projects. It's a community-based network. As the previous speaker said, the open source world, it's all about community. So the stronger in the community are also the stronger in the technology. So be part of the community. Don't freak out when talking to people about what you love and what you do. Learn how to develop smart contracts. That's an essential skill. Even if you don't actively develop them, you need at least to understand how they work and to be able to read them. Invent and deploy new token economics and protocols. So smart contracts are just the building blocks, but the interaction between them is sometimes often called token economics. And people need to be creative and smart in order to invent new DeFi products or new blockchain applications. So that's a very, very good skill to have. Okay, here are the references. I used lots of materials that I found on the internet, and also there is very, very nice research on DeFi and the future of finance by Harvey, Rahmandran, and Santoro, and I really suggest taking a look at it. It's available for free as well. I see there is another question. What's your opinion on the future of NFT? Very good question. NFTs allow people to create identifiable piece of information for their physical assets, or to create basically to lock a piece of art into a token. The difference between NFTs and the tokens that we use to trade is that NFTs are non-fungible tokens, meaning that they're unique. So, as you know, we have so many other coins like Cardano, like Polkadot, like Ethereum. Basically, by creating a new NFT, you create your own coin, which is unique. And I believe that one day we'll use NFTs to identify unique things. That could be a piece of art, it could be a unique car, a unique song, or something like that. In very efficient way, again, without going to intermediaries. So one day, for example, music, I think they already can do that. Like musicians can release their songs without having managers and without having all these intermediary industry that's taking half of the profits at least. All right.
Thank you very much. It's been a very interesting session.
Thank you, Ivan.
Yeah, thank you, Christo. So we are slowly running out of time for setting up the next speaker. But I'd like to thank you very much for joining in, and thanks to everyone who asked questions. And we will be back in a couple of minutes.
All right.
Cheers.
Have a great day, guys. Bye.
Welcome to another foss-north. I would like to start by thanking our gold sponsors, our silver sponsors, our base sponsors, and our partners from the community.
Let's try this with audio. Thank you very much for telling me. So next up will be Isabel, president of Inner Source Common Foundation, and she will talk about inner source, so how to use open source policies inside of an organization. What I want to mention is that I posted a link to an Etherpad in the comments, and she will be available there live during the talk, and she will also be available live for the Q&A session. But without further ado, I'll shift over to the live recording of Isabel's talk.
Hello and welcome to my talk on solving team dependencies the open source way. My name is Isabel Tröstrom. I'm open source strategist at Europes AG. I'm also a member of the Apache Software Foundation and co-founder and president of the Inner Source Commons Foundation. Now, if this was a regular conference where we could meet in person, what I would do is a quick show of hands to understand who you are, and maybe even give you the microphone if it's not more than a few dozen people. Now, of course, this isn't possible with every one of us sitting in front of their computers watching video streams, but I would like to still make this a bit more interactive, so I've created an Etherpad. On that, you will find several questions. We will get to each of these questions throughout this presentation. For now, what I would like to have you do is to open the web page and answer the very first question. If you could have a superpower, would you prefer to be invisible, or would you prefer to be able to fly, and why? Okay, let's start flying. If you're a software engineer, likely you've been using libraries before, and likely you've run into an issue where you found a bug in that library or something that doesn't work quite right. Likely you've opened a bug report and then waited for the fix to be made. I'm very certain that at some point in time you likely had the feeling of fixing that myself would have been way faster. Now, what we will see in this presentation is how adopting open source collaboration best practices, where fixing what's in my way is a very easy thing, and contributing that fix back to open source is actually a best practice. How using this pattern within an organization can help you become more independent, more autonomous, and as a result, lead to faster innovation. Now, during the past year, a lot of you likely were at least partially remote or fully remote. But even before the pandemic, there are teams that are distributed across multiple locations, who work in more than one office, who sometimes even work in more than one time zone. And sometimes you have within one team individuals that are remote. Now, open source deals with this very, very elegantly, and there are many patterns that it can understand and use in-house as well if you understand how open source projects work. Now, if you know how to communicate those patterns to your own team, you can bring what you love about open source development into your organization. Also, if you've been with an organization for a while, you've likely seen growth challenges with communication becoming ever more complex. However, if you think about what open source projects look like, some of those are very, very large. So we can look there for patterns that can help us in-house grow. But let's take a step back. Let's look at our ideal team. It should be focused, it should be motivated, and it should be challenged. So common wisdom is your team should be pizza-sized. Otherwise, if the team size grows too large, you will have an exponential growth in terms of one-on-one communications that is needed. So this doesn't scale very well. Also, they should be autonomous. They should be able to deliver value to their customer without depending on external factors, especially without depending on a ton of other teams. So there should be less handoff, and teams should be multidisciplinary so that they can ship value without handing it over to further stages along your development chain. So essentially, they should be focused on their product, working iteratively to provide value. Except in the real world, we are not quite as independent from each other. If you work on a platform, at some point in time, you have to integrate different pieces. If you even if you build multiple modules for your customers, you still want to have some level of coordination so that the user experience from one module is roughly comparable to the user experience of another module, so that both of those do not use different usability patterns, but such that it still feels like one product. But even going one step further, likely you will never build your software from scratch. You will always depend on external systems, on external components. Even if it's just a tiny open source library, you're not entirely independent. But there are a few more challenges that you're faced with as a team. Sooner or later, you will have to onboard new people. So these people will have to learn your tech stacks. They will have to understand how to build the system, how to make extensions. However, they will also have to understand your team culture. And that means understanding a lot of unwritten rules. Now, I know the technical documentation itself often is lacking, but typically how we communicate, how we make decisions, all of that tends to be implicit. So that is something that people have to learn going from organization to organization. As your team and as your organization grows, you will also run into a challenge with communication overload. So at some point, the approach of if you have a problem, you'd simply go to Bob and ask them a question doesn't work anymore. In open source, we have a solution for that. We don't do one-on-one communication. If you have a question about an Apache project, as we've heard earlier, you don't go to the individual committer asking a question. What you do is to go to a mailing list, be it a user mailing list or a dev mailing list. So essentially, what you do is to go to a central communication hub. And what happens there is that you ask that question, the question is visible to everyone. And that includes those people who didn't dare to ask the question or didn't even think of having that question. All of these people benefit from seeing the answer to your question as well. It also means that the answers you get do not only come from one person, they come from multiple people, ideally bringing different perspectives. So your answer is much less from a single person's perspective, but it's much more likely to reflect reality. At some point in time, you will also have to communicate goals. Now in open source, we do that as well. At the very simplest, each project has a mission statement, at least each larger one. In that mission statement, within a few sentences, people communicate what the project is about, what the goals of the project are, but they also communicate where the boundaries of that is. What that means is that as soon as you have to make roadmap decisions, as soon as you have to decide whether to include a new feature or not, you can go back to this mission statement and understand whether this extension belongs there or not. What you will also have to do is to create a culture where all of the teams are working together, where all of the teams are pulling in the same direction. Something that you want to avoid is a us versus them situation. Something else, you want to be able to grow team members, both technically, but also in terms of influence. In open source projects, that's fairly easy and fairly built into the process. Much as we've heard in the Apache Way this morning, people simply grow with first being users of their dependencies, then going on the mailing list, learning while watching others answering questions, while watching others making decisions about the project. Oftentimes this already means that those learnings can be brought back into their local teams. And they grow further when they start becoming active, answering questions on those mailing lists. And sooner or later, they will find themselves contributing patches and becoming part of the project. So there is a growth path built into that implicitly. And last but not least, you will somehow have to deal with technical dependencies. Now, throughout this talk, we will focus on patterns for dealing with dependencies and how InnoSource can help you with that. However, the solution to that has solutions to the other challenges as well. So let's look at it. Assume you're building the component in the middle and you have dependencies to the left and to the right. It's just technical components that you pull into your system during build time, right? Except in reality, what it is dependencies to other teams. If you want to make a change, you're dependent on their roadmap, on their schedule. So you're not quite as autonomous as you thought. And in reality, it doesn't really matter if these are in-house dependencies or if these are open source dependencies. Behind each of these technical artifacts, there's a team. Now, what if you want a change to be made in one of those components? What can you do? You can wait for the fix to be made. So you go to the bug tracker, you submit a bug report or a feature request, and then you start waiting. Doesn't sound very autonomous, right? Doesn't sound like you yourself are in charge of fulfilling your purpose. Suddenly you're dependent on that other team. And who knows if that ever makes it on their roadmap. What you can do as well is you can cut these dependencies away. But what that means is that a lot of the work that they are doing suddenly ends up on your desk. So you can no longer move very fast, but you're slowing down substantially. So that's not a good solution either. There is a solution, and everyone here who is involved with open source knows the solution. You can provide a helping hand to the other team. If you have access to the source code, if the bug tracker is open, if the team is open to receiving patches and can deal with that, it's very easy to check out the source code, makes a change, and sends a patch back, right? Now, the goal is to establish this kind of working model within your organization as well. And the goal with establishing this working model, of course, for someone who's deeply into open source means that all of those software engineers who are not yet familiar with that working model suddenly become familiar with that process, and suddenly it becomes much more easy for them become active in upstream open source, because as we've seen earlier, there's no real difference between your internal dependency and your open source dependency. So the movement behind that is called InnoSource. There's a foundation behind it called InnoSource Commons Foundation. We have a Slack channel where you can communicate with us, where practitioners are exchanging their lessons learned and helping each other out. There's a learning path explaining how to develop like an open source project within organization boundaries, and which also explains to those who are not familiar with open source what the advantages of that are. And there are a ton of patterns, some of which apply to how to set up your InnoSource project and how to make it easier for your colleagues to get involved. But also there are patterns around how to start an InnoSource initiative and how to find collaborators within your organization. So essentially it's inspired by open source, and the goal is to bring open source collaboration into corporations. But the motivation behind that, of course, is to teach more people how we in the open source world are operating, such that for a lot of your colleagues it becomes much more easy to collaborate in your real open source project. So you're in the middle, and it doesn't really matter if the people on the right and on the left are part of an open source project dependencies that you're using, or if they are in-house. The goal should be that the processes are pretty much exchangeable. So why would you try to establish that? Why work in that way? It's the same reason why you should participate in open source. Essentially, it's about gaining by sharing. As soon as you participate and as soon as you give your patch back, you will gain valuable feedback. The patch will improve, and likely people will discover where it would break in production before you put it into production. It also means that this other team will take over some of the maintenance work for your changes, because they can take your changes into consideration whenever they cut a new release and whenever they make changes to their architecture. However, ultimately, if you think about it, what you can do with this model is that if multiple teams in your organization need the same base infrastructure, you can do the same as happened in the open source world. You can band together and you can build this base infrastructure together. So essentially not all of the teams have to invest all of the time in order to get this up and running, but you can do this together and share the workload. With that, you can also move faster and have more time to focus on your customers' requests and features, and you can innovate much faster. So what is the prerequisite? In open source, the open source license is the legal prerequisite for this to work. So it should be an OC approved license. What's also at least equally important is open collaboration and open governance. And the open collaboration and open governance part is something that we can learn a lot from moving that model in-house. What open collaboration means is that not only the source code is open and readable and for everyone in the organization, it also means that all of the decisions around the source code need to be accessible. So your bug tracker needs to be open. All of your project-related decisions need to be taken in a format and in a place where potential contributors can read them and follow them along. It also means that role definitions or roles are very transparent, such that people understand who are the people who can make a decision with respect to the roadmap and what is the preferred way of becoming involved in that decision. So much like in open source and InnoSource, we do have trusted committers. Now, committer always sounds like, I am the one committing code to source control. I am the quality gate. But something that I've learned at Apache is that committer could also mean someone who's committed to the project. So it doesn't have to be just the software engineer who's a trusted committer. So what would I expect from a trusted committer? What I expect is that these people mentor and enable and invite new contributors. So they are the ones growing the team, and they are the ones helping new contributors grow and gain more experience. In turn, they are the ones setting the house rules and the project direction, much like we've seen in open source, much like we've seen in the Apache way. It's the committers and the PMC members who set the house rules and project direction. What I expect from trusted committers is that they communicate openly and transparently, especially when it comes to project decisions. Without open communication and without open discussion, there is no way for a contributor to follow your project. All they will see is the end result in terms of source code, but they don't see the design decision leading up to those commits. They don't see the discussions around design choices. But this is important in order to understand where the project is going. What is important is that this role is filled voluntarily. It's an invitation instead of an assignment. Invitations you can say no to. For assignments you cannot do that. But in order to be committed to the project, I expect this person to have choice. At the other end, you have contributors. Your contributors typically start by using the project, and a good contributor will start at the same time will start watching the project, not only the technical side, but also the discussions going around this project, all of the design discussions, all of the project roadmap discussions. At some point in time, they will make changes where they need them themselves. And likely they will contribute those changes back because simply it's cheaper to contribute them back instead of maintaining them yourself. So over time, contributors will become part of the project themselves and will become trusted committers sooner or later. And this is where some organizations have challenges, because this feeds directly into how people are managed in terms of line management. Now, what we want to see is that trusted committers pull in new contributors. One prerequisite is that it's easy to contribute to the project. Oftentimes, if you see in-house projects, that's not quite easy to contribute to them. So I would like to see you think about, in an open source project, what are the things that make it easy to contribute changes? So I'll give you a minute to think about that and type it up. Okay, let's have a look. What do you need in order to make it easy? You need open communication. One of the key things that I learned at Apache is that you need to take decisions where everyone can participate. Typically, what we do in corporations is to make a meeting, take a decision there. The disadvantage is that everyone has to be on the same schedule, in order to participate. People have to be roughly in the same time zone, and people will have to be on the same meeting schedule so that there are no conflicts in when meetings are scheduled. If instead you take decisions in writing and give a little bit of time for everyone to participate, everyone to read up, this is much more easy for others to participate. They don't have to plan their schedule around your meeting times. There's still a ton of value in meeting face to face or over video conference, simply because the bandwidth is much larger. But if you make important project decisions, it should be possible to participate in them in a format which can be accessed in a asynchronous fashion, so that people can read it up whenever they have time to do so. Another important role is the Mikasa Isukasa rule. I've said before that trusted committers are the ones who are setting house rules. They are also writing down all of the things that contributors should be aware of when making contributions. Of course, it shouldn't be an incredibly long list because nobody's going to read that, but obvious things that contributors will stumble over when making changes to the code base, solutions for that should be found in the contribution document. Something like special flags that you should add when running tests, something like special things that you enable in order to make building faster, all of the kind of specialties in your project, those should be in the contributing document. Also, you need a culture where it's okay to share work in progress. Imagine your contributor working for weeks and weeks on a change, submitting their patch, and as a response receiving a no, that's not relevant to our project. What kind of frustration? Now imagine instead if that contributor had felt safe to submit their changes very, very early on in a draft status. Trusted committers could have given them feedback early on what to change, on whether it fits on the roadmap, on whether it fits with the mission of the project, and could have helped along the way to make it fit within the architecture. So it's much less frustrating, and it's much more of an interactive process where you work together as a team instead of someone hacking away lonely at their desk for weeks. A precondition for that to work is that it's okay to make mistakes. So mistakes within this team, within this environment, should be seen as learning opportunities instead of something to avoid. Because very early on in the design process, of course, there will be inefficiencies. There will be things that are wrong. There will be things that have been overlooked. All of this should be taken as an opportunity for learning instead of something to avoid. Now, when you are running your own inner source initiative within your organization, something that is important to understand is that there is a reason for doing that. There is a reason for running these projects that way. In order to get your colleagues on board to work that way, you will have to think of the challenges that you want to address, and you will have to explain them. Now, what I would like to see you think about is 3 challenges that you would like to address within your organization by bringing open source collaboration practices in your own team. Again, head over to our little Etherpad and answer the question. I'll give you a minute because I really just want like the first few things that you can think of. Okay, some of the reasons that I can think of. Some of the reasons for introducing inner source would be to increase team collaboration. It would be crossing team silos, so that teams learn from each other, so that they notice that some of the challenges that they are solving are present in multiple teams. So essentially, they can work together to move faster, essentially like we've done in open source across organizational boundaries, where one of the benefits is that you will gain by sharing. And you will gain not only through the feedback on your patch that you give back, but you can also work together across organization boundaries in order to work on infrastructure and in order to work together on the base level. So it doesn't really make any difference to your customer, but which makes everyone in the space move much faster. So if you want to roll out your inner source initiative tomorrow, my advice would be to focus on the problems that you have. Don't overpromise, but look at your own team. What are the problems that you can solve? One of the problems that we used to have in my own organization was that within one team, a lot of senior team members had moved on to a more management schedule, but they still could provide decent feedback in terms of technology. Now, what they couldn't do anymore based on their schedule was to do pair programming with other colleagues, simply because this wouldn't align very well anymore. There were much less synchronization points where this kind of work in a pairing setup would work. What we did instead was to pull them in to do code reviews, not at the end of a feature as a quality gate, but on a continuous basis. Like, have a look, this is what we've come up with. Do you have any hints for us on how to make that better, or is this direction that we're going to roughly correct? So we could keep them in the loop, we could keep their knowledge in the team, and still work in an asynchronous fashion without the immediate need to have them on a day-to-day pairing session. So you start with your very local problems that you want to solve, and you address those piece by piece. Also, it's advisable to use the tooling that you have already in place where possible. What you need to understand is that it's not necessarily the mailing list that is the key deciding factor that the Apache way is successful. What is important is that you have a communication medium that is written so that everyone can participate asynchronously, that is archived, like at Apache it can go back to the 19th to figure out where that web server is coming from, and that is this archive is searchable. After all, you don't want to read all of the mails from the last 20 plus years in order to figure out this one piece of information that you're after. So what you have to find is a communication hub, like a central communication hub for your inner source project, where communication is written down, archived, searchable, and where messages can be linked. Why linked? Well, nobody's going to read your documentation, and fairly few people are going to search your archive. But you know that that answer to the question is in there, so you can quickly go pull it up and post the link to the user. Next time it comes up, maybe someone from your contributors is going to do the same or is going to reuse your link. So no longer typing out answers over and over again, and no longer verbally repeating them over and over again. You also want to integrate into existing processes where that is possible, so that it feels connected and integrated in your organization and not like something external. When you start rolling out your inner source initiative, you want to connect with a few people. You don't want to work on that alone. Who you want to find is people who will help you advance the topic. Of course, they're supporting you, so that's very nice. But you also want to find people who would block the topic. You want to address their fears. You want to first understand their fears and then potentially address them. And you want to talk to these people both individually, but also together in a large meeting. It has proven successful in my case to keep these meetings informal, because as you cross silos, and as you cross team boundaries, there's often politics involved, there's often sort of a distrust involved. Keeping it informal, potentially over a meal, helps with this trust-building experience. To keep this a sustainable effort, you want to establish an internal community of practice which meets regularly so that people know that there is a regularity and there is something that they can rely on. And of course, you want to keep the link to the external InnoSource Commons Foundation, not only because the material is continuously developing, but also as soon as you have findings within your organization, what you can do is write those up as a pattern and submit it to the foundation. What that means is, again, you get valuable feedback. What I have seen happens is that your pattern suddenly gets transformed to a format where it generalizes much better across team boundaries. And it typically within your organization, you will find the same challenges within different teams. So it helps to write up some things that you've seen once or twice in your organization in a structured way. And people in the patterns group will help you with that. Now let's take a minute again, head over to our Etherpad and think about which people in your organization should you talk to get things started. And I'm not really after names here. I'm more after which roles should you be talking to, or why should you be talking to person X in order to get things started? Which are the roles that you have to get on board and why? Okay, to summarize, ideally, in an ideal world, what we want to do is to cut dependencies in order to move faster. We don't want to wait for others. However, reality is a lot more complicated. If we think about the Mars rover Perseverance, we know that even this scientific device has a ton of dependencies to open source projects even. If you go to GitHub right now, you will see badges on various open source developers who have source code that made it to Mars. So there are a ton of dependencies that we have to deal with. However, there's light at the end of the tunnel because open source shows the success of cross-team collaboration. Open source shows that even across organizational boundaries, even across cultural boundaries, and even across time zones, we can build bridges and we can build software together. So what I would like to see organizations do is to use those best practices internally in order to build better organizations, but also really in order to teach other engineers just how easy it is to get active upstream and just how much value there is in being active. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
So hello everyone, we're back and now we're live and I have Isabel with me.
Hi.
So I found it very interesting with a live session. I'm not sure if we have anything you want to comment on the Etherpad. We do not have questions at the YouTube stream at the moment. But if you feel like commenting something there, or if anyone wants to ask a question in the YouTube stream, we're idle ears.
So from what I see in the Etherpad, what I liked is the diverse set of answers. where most of the answers don't match what I had in mind, but which teaches me that, yes, sure, this is an aspect as well. Or, yeah, that's something else that we should learn in inner source from open source, where in open source it's just natural and normal.
So I could ask a question from my side. When introducing this, would you see that it's a journey towards open source, so that it helps? Does it help
Yes.
the adoption or the contribution, or where do you see the?
I think both, but I believe that many organizations already know that open source has won. So I do see open source as a basis for development in many organizations. What I have seen both at my own employer, but also looking towards other people, is that once people start practicing internally, it becomes much easier to become active upstream because you know the tooling, you know the processes, you know kind of where expectation management can be found. So even with my own employer, I do have colleagues who before were like, yeah, could be interesting to become active upstream, or where people were thinking about open sourcing stuff themselves on their own GitHub profile, and who through inner source have learned the value of contributing back to existing projects instead of publishing their own plugins somewhere where nobody's finding them, and where they learned how to go through that process. So also that's the intention of the entire movement, right? What we need in open source is not many more published packages. It's also not many more users, but what we need to make this movement sustainable is more maintainers and more people becoming active. So what I've seen at Apache is that a lot of the people who become active at first have been downstream users and then have started fixing issues. And that's essentially the same in inner source as in open source.
Cool. So let's give it a few more seconds if there's any question from the audience. Otherwise, I guess it's lunchtime. Well, I guess they can always reach you. I think there were contact details in the slides, and we will also publish that. But thank you very much for your talk.
Thank you for your invitation. Bye-bye, and have a nice afternoon.
Welcome to another foss-north. I would like to start by thanking our gold sponsors, our silver sponsors, our base sponsors, and our partners from the community.
Welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. I would like to welcome Ann-Marie from Internetstiftelsen to the stage. Welcome, Ann-Marie.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm from the Swedish Internet Foundation, which is an independent private foundation that works for the positive development of the internet, as it says. We are running the Swedish top-level domains, .se and .nu. And I'm going to talk about signing the Internet Root Zone and what that means. My day-to-day work is as Chief Information Security Officer at the Swedish Internet Foundation. I'm also want to consider myself as a public educator, talking a lot about threats and risks and how we can better managing security issues on the internet. 2001, Bruce Schneier stated that the internet is too complex to secure. One of the reasons is that it's too complex to understand. That doesn't mean that nobody is trying, and my focus today will be on secure DNS, the domain name system. Well, DNS is one of the most important protocols on the internet, and a very old one too. By the end of the 70s, actually, and beginning of the 80s, the internet started to expand at a pace that made it difficult to keep track of all the hosts and their addresses. The situation becomes unstable, and at the moment, there existed a few different proposals for solutions, and the newly graduated computer science student, Paul Mokapetris, is the one who is given the task of developing a compromise based on these former initiatives. He doesn't obey to that. Instead, he takes the opportunity to develop something completely new based on an idea he has worked with on a smaller scale before. With the help of his boss, John Postel, he develops a new system for naming on the internet, where he proposes that all names should include 1, names, for example, Internetstiftelsen, and 2, category or purpose, for example, .com for commercial purposes or .edu for education. And the implementation of the first name server goes by the name Jeeves. And the protocol itself is described in RFC 1033, 34, and 35. Unlike the previous central registry, the domain name system is automated and distributed across many computers and servers on the network, making it both scalable, more resilient, and capable of operating without a central organization. Mokapetris himself has said that he imagined that it could work with up to 30 million addresses. Today, there are over 330 million domains, and the technology still works in almost the same way as when it started. But it didn't take long before someone found serious weaknesses in the DNS protocol. In 1990, Steve Bellowin describes cache poisoning for the first time, but the secret was kept until 1995. In 1994, RFC 1591 states the top-level domain responsibilities. In March 1994, the structure of the domain name system was added when John Postel was looking for a way to organize the database on top of .com, .net, .edu, .gov, and what we had by that time. He quickly discovered that there was an ISO standard with country codes, ISO 1531 for 2-letter codes, which was used for postal use, but that could also be used to organize DNS geographically rather than functionally. And the country code top-level domains were born. 1997, the first version of DNS standard documents are published, and we had a workshop in 1999, which proved that nothing worked, and the engineers had to get back to the drawing board. We have DNS. The DNS is, of course, victim on different opportunities to attacks. And this picture shows the attack tree of the domain name system. And DNSSEC protects against some of it, but not all. Everything on the left side, which means data corruption, is what DNSSEC covers, such as cache poisoning, when corrupt DNS data is introduced in a resolver's cache and causes the name server to return an incorrect IP address, which redirects traffic to another computer, or DNS hijacking by malicious code causing a computer's TCP/IP configuration to point to a fake DNS server controlled by an attacker, or by modifying the behavior of a trusted DNS server so it does not act according to internet standards. And such modifications can, of course, be made for evil reasons, such as phishing. Oh, there you go. Somewhere here it all started. This photo is taken by Patrick Fellström, and I was a young civil servant working for the Swedish ICT Commission. I had fell in love with DNS at first sight, and now I wanted to make sure that its user got proper protection. And we managed to attract engineers from different parts of the world who all had an interest in developing secure DNS. And there's a lot of other internet protocols that are depending on DNS, but the information in DNS resolvers has come to be so vulnerable to attacks that you can't trust it any longer. The added level of security that DNSSEC offers means that many attacks don't have the effect that was expected. So DNSSEC protects internet users from tampered or fake DNS data. And also it can be used to securely distribute attributes from other security protocols and solutions. And I will get back to that later. Sorry. With DNSSEC, you will get the same domain validated trust as you will from a certification authority, even better. Revocation, for instance, takes place immediately, and it's a more robust and reliable internet infrastructure with DNS. No more lies in DNS. Trust services built on top of DNS is something you can gain from. If we, for instance, eliminate the CA, Certificate Authority Threshold, a large-scale development of secure communication will be possible, in my opinion at least. So what we want from DNSSEC is, as I said, to protect our users, DNS users. And what has it to do with me or with the Swedish Internet Foundation, Internetstiftelsen? Well, first of all, we started very early. As I mentioned, 1999, we had a workshop and we continued to do that work for several years. And 2005, we were ready to sign .se, and we were the first top-level domain that implemented DNSSEC after years of hard work, actually. And others started to think of DNSSEC for quite some time, actually. We didn't really manage to get our other colleague top-level domains on board. So there was not a massive change in a short time. But in 2008, security researcher Dan Kaminsky discovered a new weakness in the DNS protocol, which reduces the time to perform a successful attack against DNS from many hours or days, even down to minutes, and the world shivers. Sadly, Dan passed away earlier this year, and he will be missed in the community. So DNSSEC can handle authentication of a region. What is the source where the response from the query comes? It can verify data integrity, because if you validate the signature and compare that to the key, you know that it's from the right source as well. And nobody has been tampering with it over on the communication, during communication. And authenticated response to queries about the non-existing domains, which was the tricky part. How can we explain that a question that doesn't really get an answer can be signed and validated? But engineers, you know who they are, they solve problems, and they manage to do that. But this is for DNS data and DNS data only. So DNSSEC can't handle confidentiality as such, but it's still clear text. Verification of the identity of the person behind the domain name, which the registrant is, no. And it can't stop criminals from using the internet. I often get a question about how secure is DNSSEC. Well, my response to that is usually it is as secure as the underlying cryptographic algorithms. It is as secure as the implementation and as secure as it is operated. So it's very important to make sure that you have everything in order to make sure that you run a secure DNSSEC implementation. So 2005, we started to work on ICANN to convince them that the root zone should be signed. And after years of pressure from the Internet Society, and after very careful preparations, the root zone was signed in 2010. So in order to sign the root zone that's taking care of the DNS for the entire Internet all over the globe, there, of course, is needing a very thorough design to protect the DNS trust anchor. So what would they do to make sure that everybody feel trust in the process and in the routines? Well, I don't know whether you know that, but there are two Swedish guys, Fredrik Ljunggren and Jakob Schlüter from Curay, who were part of the design team who came up with how the root zone should be signed and how the routines and processes should look like. And they wanted to have trusted community representatives. And the trusted community representative was selected. And there were some criteria and the selection process. So the text was saying, while strong technical knowledge of the Internet is not a determining factor in TCR selections, they were expected to be committed to the security of the DNS and knowledgeable about the environment in which ICANN operates. And there was criteria like persons of integrity, objectivity, and intelligence with reputations for sound judgment and open minds. So I said, okay, that's me. I will apply to get one of those TCR appointments. And each persons who can help ICANN represent the broadest cultural and geographic diversity consistent with meeting the other criteria set forth in that document. And to be honest, I am the only woman, but at least there's one so far. And we have representatives from all the continents. So there are two data centers. One is in El Segundo, Los Angeles, California, and the other one is in Terramark, Culpeper, Virginia. This is on the East Coast, the other one on the West Coast. I actually belongs to the team that works with the East Coast, Culpeper. There are seven crypto officers. I will get back to what that is for each site. And there's also, we have a backup team as well with persons that is ready to jump in if someone wants to step down. There's a lot of focus on physical security. As you see, this is different tiers. I will get back to that as well and to explain what that means. The building that was on this, you can see, I haven't noted it in red, but this is one of the buildings in this complex that is containing or representing tier 1, and tier 2 is another part of the building, and tier 3 is a vestibule, tier 4 is a ceremony room, and tier 5 is the safe room. So I used to like to think about this as a matryoshka doll, layer by layer, with security and checks between. And the devil is in the details. So even the walls are extra strengthened to make sure that nobody can just walk in from somewhere where there isn't a door. And there is a lot of course, a lot of restrictions and a lot of notice. This is from the lobby where you check in. You sign in in the book with by pen. And to get into this vestibule, you need to be escorted by 2 ICANN staff members. So I don't have access to the inner kernel by myself, not the physical access. So the physical controls means that there are 2 individuals jointly for each operation, and there is separation of duties, there's external monitoring, there are cameras, there's sensors, movement sensors, seismic sensors, others, and much, much more. The sensors, for instance, are quite sensitive when it comes to shocks. Somebody by accident closed one of the safe doors a little bit too hard, and which resulted in the safe to lock itself up. It was not really easy to get in there again. So this is the cage and what it looks like. We have two safes. One is containing all the equipment needed to perform the key ceremony, which is computer and HSM, of course, and some cables and stuff like that. And safe 2 is where we keep all the credentials. And it can get somewhat crowded when we are there all together, the crypto officers together with the ICANN staff member. And yeah, everything is documented in a detailed script that we follow from very, very detailed, I would say. It's everything from, you can see for yourself, 39 CA inserts USB port expander into laptop, and then we check that and have a timestamp on it as well. And there are hundreds and hundreds of checks like this. And this is safe 2, where you can see the deposit box inside the safe. And one of the deposit boxes, the one to the downside left corner, is mine. And that is where I keep the credentials, the smart cards. And as you can see, there's two locks on each deposit box, which means that the ceremony master has to have one key put into the lock and turn, and I have my key, which is a physical key, where I put in and turn. And with that two together, we can open the deposit box. All equipment is kept in tamper-proof evident bags to make sure that nobody has been fiddling with it in the meantime between ceremonies. And I always carefully check my bags before I take out my smart card. And we have in these plastic bags, we have smart cards in plastic box as well, because after every key ceremony, we have a meeting where we go through what went good and what went not so good, maybe, if we had any incidents or something that we had to note for next time. And every time we come up with something that can be at least considered as an improvement. And we wanted to make sure that nobody could just put a needle through the plastic bag and in that way trying to read the content from the smart card. I have no idea personally if it's even possible, but someone probably know that better. So we put the smart cards in plastic boxes, and there we go. One more barrier. And everything is transparent. It's recorded and it's streamed. So anyone can follow the key ceremony if you are interested. It takes a couple of hours or 3. And usually it's quite boring because nothing exciting happens, which is good. We don't want any excitement in this phase, actually. And everything is handled with great care. You have to be very careful, for instance, when you manage the HSM, because that is also tamper sensitive. If you put that down too hard on the table, well, then it will destroy the key material, for instance. We don't have the worst level of tamper-proof, because there is some level where if you only tilt the HSM a bit, it will destroy the key material. But since we are handling the HSM, taking it from the safe to the ceremony room and back, we can't take the risk. So we had decided not to go to that level. And everything is very clearly marked and has its own position on the table, as you see, with the red stripes there and signs. This is a result of a discussion we had after one key ceremony. This contact is stripped because we want to make sure that no one has tampered it. only the cables that are there should be there and nothing else. So that's the reason why it's naked. And the smart cards and equipment are rolled. So we have two HSM, two laptops. We have 7 crypto officer for each site, as I said, but there's only use for 3 at a time. So it's 3 out of 7. But that means we try to make sure that we make use of everything in order and alternate it, so we know that it's working still. Because this is only done every 6 months, and between the times, nothing is, nobody touches it, and it's a risk that something would stop working. Yes, all the equipment are redundant, and we keep 2 of everything. And yes, you have to roll up your sleeves like a magician. Nothing here, nothing there, only in HSM. That was also the result of a comment from some external, I think, who wanted to make sure that the ceremony master didn't hide anything in his jacket, so he had to take it off. But still, we have a dress code. And this person is from VeriSign. VeriSign sends a key signing request to ICANN, and ICANN perform the key signing at the ceremony. So what this person does, he has to identify himself by showing his passport. He reads the PGP word list from his paper that he sent to ICANN, and we read it from the screen because he turns back to the screen, and we validate, the people in the room validate that it's the same KSR, key signing request. And there's a number of roles that I can have during the key ceremony. We have the ceremony master, as I said, who is holding and leading the ceremony through the entire script. We have internal witnesses, that is ICANN staff observing and recording the ceremony and make notes of anomalies. If something happens, everything will be noted as an exception. And there is system administrator, of course, ICANN technical staff member responsible for the systems environment. And we have safe security controllers. And that is ICANN staff members operating the safes. So their only role is to open the safes and close the safes. And they are different from the East Coast and the West Coast. Additional roles is the active roles that I was talking about. The crypto officers are the ones who are part of managing the key signing key, and the crypto officers, their task is to activate the KSK, which is inside HSM. Then there's another group of people who's called the KSK recovery key shareholders. Their task is to protect parts of a symmetrical key used to encrypt or decrypt a backup copy of the KSK that ICANN stores. Should it be a situation where nobody can go to the US, we cannot enter either the West Coast or the East Coast data center, well, in that case, Plan B must be activated, and we need to find somewhere else to bootstrap the entire situation with a new HSM, and then the KSK recovery key shareholders will gather together. And I will get back to that more in details. Crypto officers have physical keys, yes, to the safe deposit boxes that holds the smart cards used to activate the HSM. And the thing is that ICANN cannot generate a new KSK or sign the Zoom signing keys without the presence of at least 3. There's always 4 invited because something can happen, people can get ill or miss the transfer or something like that. And they must have the ability to travel to the US twice a year per site, as I mentioned before. So get back to the key recovery shareholders. Well, they also keep smart cards, which contains shares from the key used to encrypt the KSK stored in the HSM. And in that case, 5 out of 7 are KSH cards together with a smart card holding the encrypted KSK can reconstruct the KSK in a new HSM, as I said. The smart card with the encrypted backup KSK is managed by ICANN. The key recovery shareholders, they must have the ability to travel with very short notice. And we say, hopefully never. There's performed an annual inventory of the key recovery shareholders, meaning that they have to send in a selfie with the smart card and the front page of the newspaper of the day to verify that they still are in possession of that smart card, because they have never been called for. So that is interesting. Now we have 2021, this was 2010. Would be interested to see whether that works or if we need to do something else. Something that I can probably think about right now, how to develop and improve the process and the routines. And sometimes a crypto officer is replaced. If somebody wants to step down, there needs to be a replacement, and that is a certain kind of a ceremony as well. It happens a couple of times. There could be different reasons. Someone just don't want to do it anymore, or in some case, I think we had a person who used to be a crypto officer who went to ICANN as a staff member, and in that case, you cannot continue as a crypto officer. And there are two types of key ceremonies: generating new KSKs that have happened twice, 2010 and 2018, and managing the soon signing keys and the soon signing key signing requests. And what we're doing is soon signing keys for the next quarter, which means it happens 4 times a year, and it means it's alternating between the US East and the US West Coast. I don't know whether I have a picture of that, but I see, otherwise I will tell you what we have done during the pandemic. So we can agree that DNSSEC today is a standard procedure. We have a lot of routine and experience from the ceremonies, and you can participate from home, as I mentioned. Make sure that you have tons of popcorn, because it's not very, very exciting. Sometimes it is still. I was looking at the picture from how it looks like in .se. In the .se zone, it's 43%, less than 50 actually, that are signed, which is a pity, if you ask me. And I don't think that is that many countries that beat that result. There are some, but we are working on it in different ways. And the key signing key rollover in 2018, the reason behind that was that first, ICANN had actually promised the community to roll the key after 5 years. Now, that didn't happen because ICANN and the community found out that I don't think we are prepared for that. But the primary reason for rolling the key is just operational preparedness. I mean, the key signing key has no expiration date. It's currently no weaknesses. But, no key should live forever. That is bad crypto practice. And DNSSEC practice statement states that the key will be rolled sometime, and it's preferable to exercise the process during normal conditions as opposed to abnormal, such as a key compromise, for instance. But as you can realize, it's involved a big challenge, countless, uncountable participants, for instance. Every single name server or every single domain holder could be affected by such a rollover. And there's no test environment that can cover all possibilities. So it was very, very carefully planned and managed by ICANN. So it was postponed, I think it was postponed 1 year from the beginning. But it actually happened, and it was no big deal with the results at hand. But as with any system, maintenance work is regularly necessary and carried out by ICANN staff and contractors performing specialized functions. In the days leading up to the most recent ceremony at the West Coast facility located in El Segundo, California, there were replacement work of the safes was scheduled as the original locks they were being end of life by the manufacturer. And this meant that these locks would be opened one last time and then be replaced. As luck would have it, while the replacement took place without incident on one of the safes, when attempting to perform the replacement on the second safe, the installed lock failed and no longer opened the safe. So when then proceeded to schedule the safe intervention, which basically means that a certified locksmith has to access the safe room and drill through the safe to release the lock. Initially, they said it should take a matter of a few hours. It turned out to be a 2-day event. While it may sound strange that one could just start drilling into this kind of equipment, this is, in fact, the manufacturer-indicated method of dealing with this sort of mishap. And there's all the materials and instructions to carry it out are readily available. And you need to be very careful. You can see in the picture on the down part of this slide where he peeks into the hole, the drilled hole. If you drill too far, the safe will go and lock completely. It doesn't matter how much you are trying to open it. There would be no way except for very brutal ways. So that was an interesting key ceremony, but I was not a part of it because I was on the West Coast. Now, signing a response, a DNS response on a request means that someone could validate in the other end. If you're signing DNS responses, but no one bothered to validate the signature, then you haven't gained anything from what DNSSEC offers. In Sweden, we are very lucky. Most of our ISPs validate signatures in DNS. You see the green part there. The same goes for Finland, Iceland, and some other parts of the world. And there are some useful tools for testing DNSSEC. We have ZoneMaster from Internet Stiftelsen and our counterpart in France, AFNIC. That is a joint project where you can test DNS and DNSSEC and connectivity as such. And then there you have the DNSSEC analyzer from VeriSign Labs, and we have DNSVis, which is a DNS visualization tool from Sandia. I am the kind of person, I love toolboxes. I love the possibility to be able to check myself for whatever I want to look for with not much of a fussle. So this is very, very good. And you can actually check if the domain is signed. This is more of a, it was a sort of very quick hack made by two guys on, I think it was some kind of 24-hour hack competition or something like that, a gathering. And they asked if they could borrow my face. And I said, yes, of course you can. Just use it and you can try it. And if you find a domain that is signed, you will see a much nicer face. And current statistics on top level domains with DNSSEC right now is that is a total of 1,498 TLDs, whereof 1,371 are signed. There was quite a big improvement when the new GTLDs came around because ICANN had DNSSEC as a mandatory requirement on the new top-level domains. But that doesn't mean that all the secondary level domains are assigned in that zones either. So we have quite some time left before we reach an acceptable level of DNSSEC deployment, if you ask me. And here is, again, you can see the growth, which is, of course, very good that it has a kind of steep curve anyway. But no, I don't have the key to the internet. I just, I am part of a very, very interesting and quite important ceremony and process to trying to make DNS and internet a little bit safer for users. And I'm actually stopping there so you can have a look at me and we can have a chat.
All right, great. Thanks for a good talk. I have been monitoring the YouTube chat and picked up a few questions.
I'm sorry for the pace. I am quite a fast speaker. I hope it didn't prevent anyone from.
Fine.
Okay, good. Thank you.
We will have more time for questions then, at least. So.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So the first question was related to the original domain name system, Jeeves. Is that the reason why the old search engine was called Ask Jeeves? If you know.
Yeah, right. I think could be. I'm not sure, but it sounds like a logical explanation.
All right. Yeah. So you mentioned this Plan B if no one can join to the locations. Has that been used during the pandemic, or how have you managed during the pandemic?
No, during the thank you for asking that. During the pandemic, we used the contingency plan that has been in place. Of course, every important system shall have a contingency plan, which meant that since nobody could travel to the US, we decided to use courier, and some of the crypto officers actually sent their physical keys by courier to trusted parties in the US, people they've been knowing for a very long time, that could attend and be part of the key ceremony. That said, we also, or I can also try to make sure that no more people than was absolutely necessary had to attend at the same time. So 2 times they have performed this kind of key ceremony where we have sent the keys physically by courier and with less people than usual. And what the conclusion from that was, okay, why don't we just generate and sign keys for a longer period, not just 1 quarter, but 3 quarters. In that way, we could actually manage to prolong the requirement for people to travel to the US. So that is what we. So we did it since the pandemic is a pandemic. It's everywhere. So it doesn't make any sense to gather people somewhere else, and because the situation was the same globally.
Right. We have another question here. So this, how does this work with signing the DNSSEC? How does that work relating to the work that's been done with using DNS over HTTPS? Is there any place where these two sort of join in the middle?
Oh, DNS over HTTPS. Well, that is something different in the sense that you move the DNS part up to the application level. You will probably still need DNSSEC. So I will not speculate. I'm not a technician in that sense. I'm not really sure. I'm sure there are other people who are much better in responding to that. I pass.
All right. Maybe someone in the YouTube comment section can give a technical comment on it as well. Let's see. I don't think we have that many more questions on the chat. So I was thinking about one thing. I read in the news, I don't remember when it was, that there was an issue with the physical safe a while back when there was going to be a key ceremony. Was this the replacement lock thing? Because the way I remember it was that someone had misplaced the key, but maybe that was not the case then.
No. So to be honest, these safes they have quite complicated locks, and they're always very, very hard to open. It's high pressure on the safe openers because you first have to roll the it's sort of a generator to get some power up first before you can even see the code, and then you have to be in very, very perfect position to see the digits that is shown, and it's always very, very, very difficult. But still, I think the thing you was reading about was that the lock didn't open at all because it has stopped functioning. We had one issue, but that was I think that was already on the first key ceremony, where someone forgot his physical key in the lunchroom at the data center. So we immediately had to replace the deposit box for one part, which was So that was the first ceremony was very, very long because everybody needed their credentials. There were all 7 of us in place, and on top of that, it was the key recovery shareholders. I think we were about 6-7 hours in that key ceremony room.
In that so not everyone in the safe room.
No. Oh no, that would have been terrible.
Yeah. All right. There was another question that came in now. Why do you think companies like, say, Google have public resolvers for DNS that work over TLS, but they still haven't done anything with DNSSEC? And the person who asked the question also commented that maybe that also falls under too much speculation. But if you have an idea,
well, exactly. We are actually been trying to convince big players such as Microsoft and Google and others over the years, but I think that you're better off then. I've been working on that with Microsoft. I have put in the request. They have this certain part of their support site where you can add what you want from them, and DNSSEC has been on my wish list for a very long time, and I think it's about to happen, but it took some time. I don't know, to be honest, why.
Right. Yeah. All right. I think that is the last question we have from the comment section. Thank you for a great talk. It's lovely having you. And,
thank you for having me. Fantastic. Yeah. I like your conference.
And I hope Johan can take over to say something about the schedule going forward.
I will jump in and say that the next session starts at 2, so it sounds like we'll get a coffee break. That's what I will do in the next 15 minutes at least.
You can thank me for that afterwards.
Yes, thank you very much. Coffee's on me next time I'm in Stockholm.
Bye.
Right.
Bye. Take care.
Welcome to another foss-north. I would like to start by thanking our gold sponsors, our silver sponsors, our base sponsors, and our partners from the community.
So welcome back, everyone. Now we have Martin Owens. He's a FOSS programmer and has done lots of things according to his bio. Inkscape is where I found you, Martin. And you will talk about empowering users by asking them for money. Welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. And yeah, thank you for letting me come and talk about this topic. So I'm pretty excited to talk about this topic wherever I can, because I think it's an important thing that we should talk more about. But I want to stress that everything I say is based on my experiences and thoughts. So I'm interested in the questions and conversations at the end. So please do participate and tell me what your thoughts are. I'm a free software independent contractor. That means that traditionally an organization would come to me and contract with me to write free software on their behalf. It's a job that I've always wanted to do, and so I've strived to work with people like universities, for example, is a great example of allowing them to write and participate in free software projects and allowing me to eat, which is great. But I've wanted to do a bit more in the free software world. So I've always been a volunteer. Currently, I'm working in the Inkscape project. And it's interesting because in the Inkscape project, we have such a large collection of users and programmers, and they all interact. So I think it's a very healthy community to get a sense of what a large free software project can do and what it can look like. So let's talk about empowering users by asking them for money. So first of all, to make it clear, this talk is going to focus on users specifically, because a lot of the times when we talk about paying developers, we focus very much on the needs of programmers to, eat and pay their rent and be paid for the work that they do and so forth, which are important topics, but they're different topics. And I think it's important to look at the other side of that, right? What are users getting out of this if we are asking them to participate, right? So let's focus on users. So in the free software world, as you know, we have the four freedoms, right? The freedom to use, the freedom to learn, the freedom to share, and the freedom to modify. Programmers are powerful, right? They have the freedom to exercise all four of these freedoms, especially the freedom to modify, because they have exclusive knowledge and the confidence in the art of programming. Non-programmers, on the other hand, don't have skills and are pretty much excluded from exercising the one of the most powerful of the four freedoms, which is the freedom to change the software to do what you want it to do. Freedom for me is the skill plus the will, right? It's, as a free software programmer, they have both the freedom and also the passion to be able to effect a change. A user might have a need, they might have the will to make changes, but they don't really have the skills to make it happen. As a community, how do we currently serve users so that they can have the freedom to change the software? First of all, we ignore them. A lot of small projects, this is the default way in which you interact with the users, right? By pretending they don't exist and hopefully just trying to convert users into contributors so that you can, have bug fixes and various other things. And it completely makes sense, right? This is a natural outcome of a participatory community where programming literacy is the entry price, right? If you can't program, you're not really free in these communities. But maybe it doesn't really matter too much because a lot of these are small projects, they're passion projects. They don't have the resources, right, to do a lot of work for users that aren't really contributing anything materially. But there are some alternatives, right? There are larger projects in the free software world. We should take a look at those. How do they operate? One organizational strategy is charitable paternalism, right? This is where you organize everybody into a charity, and then the charity itself decides what should be developed and how resources should be marshaled, right? They've developed this sophisticated way of serving non-programmers, right? This is a notion where the things that the people that are involved in a project in the free software world will understand what needs to happen, right? They'll understand the best ways of investing, and also they'll be able to marshal all of the kindness and compassion that does genuinely go into a free software project in order to help users with hopefully the things that they need. But imagine you have a large, well-regarded project. The project is deeply generous, and yet it doesn't listen to its users very much because there's no real reason to. The project has well-meaning paternalism, a sense that the project knows best, and the people who work in the project are definitely best placed to know what should and shouldn't be developed, right? This can create great software, and we have many examples of this model, but this still really isn't freedom for users. One thing that does create freedom for users is indentured responsibility, right? For projects that desire to listen to users, spend time finding out their needs, spend time programming things that the programmer doesn't want or need, but the users do, they can do it anyway, right? It's a profound generosity. But if you think about it, this has labor rights issues, right? And the bigger the user that's making the request, the more problematic the request to make free, gratis changes becomes. Programmers who serve their users' interests while not making a living have become servants to the public interest. Many programmers may actually shy away from being as generous as they could otherwise be because there's a sense of responsibility that will inevitably lock them into continuing to work for free. So how do we balance these competing problems? Introducing money, right? It's a resource some people have. First of all, this talk is hard for me. I should give you an understanding that politically, I'm a socialist, right? I think that public ownership is a good thing, and it's in my very core. It's how I was brought up. So I don't want money to be a solution, but in the world that we have and the mechanisms that we have, markets and money are a serious tool that we could choose to use while understanding that there are risks and downsides as well. So what is money for? The purpose of money in a free software project is to enable programmers to carry out the will of the user. It's not a reward for past deeds, but a payment for the service of programming on behalf of somebody else. The programmer becomes the conduit through which the user's freedom to change the software is carried out. But users' ideas can be terrible, right? A programmer can act as a guide as well as a worker to advise the user about the best kinds of changes which are most likely to be merged into a project. This is good for the user because merged changes are far more stable and valuable. Although if a user asks a programmer to fit wheels to a tomato and she accepts the job, then personal forks are also completely valid, right? This is the kind of the point of freedom. It's not about what the project wants, not about what the programmer wants. It's about what the user wants. The project's freedom is only in deciding if the change should be merged, not deciding whether the programming should happen at all. So is this just a support contract? So support for me is when you go into someone's home and you fix their computer. Programming for someone is when they come to your office and they tell you what to create. All right, there's a fundamental difference between fixing an individual issue in a deployment and acting as an agent for a user's freedom. Large companies like Red Hat and Canonical will tell you that they serve regular users through support contracts, allowing them to invest huge sums in the very tools that improve the free desktop ecosystem. It's true that they do a lot of work, and the vast majority of it is great. But we're back to paternalism, except this one isn't charitable, right? It's incidental paternalism, well-meaning, but with half an eye is always going to be focused on where the money is actually coming from. So if we wanted user-directed creation, how would this look, right? In the free software universe, we've spent a long time creating a lot of effort creating infrastructure for programmers, right? Legal infrastructure, technical infrastructure, charitable institutions, and other things. But the weak arm of how we all organize has always been our economic infrastructure, mostly because as a community, we're not entirely convinced that we have a need for any. So I'm going to discuss a couple of the methods that I currently use and how we could change to make it easier. Firstly, bartering. Now, I know this sounds like cheating, but it's worth mentioning that paying doesn't actually have to involve currency. I've taken jobs where the payment was work that I wanted from somebody else, right? Informal bartering within a project can be a great lubricant, but it can be offered to people outside the project too. Right? I've done several barters for work. Some of the graphics in these slides, for example, were bartered from in exchange for Inkscape fixes, in collaboration with known free software artist Chris Rogers. Right, as a community, we could be finding more open. To finding situations where we can actually barter our skills. Right. Is there anything else? We can do contracting. Right. This is currently what I do. It's currently what a lot of people do. Right, most paid free software work is done through contracting. This is a process where a business will come to a programmer. They'll set out a programming job they want the programmer to do, and then they deliver it. Right, hopefully retaining the fact that it's a free software project. But it is hard to find good, trustworthy contractors who have been vetted. There's no standard website you can go to find out if they're a good programmer or not, if they have good standing with a project that you want them to modify. It's hard for programmers to find good businesses that understand what investing in free software means, right? Without expecting exclusivity, for example. We could be doing more, right? We could be investing in contractor infrastructure to help people become better and more effective contractors. And when I say infrastructure, I don't mean does it technically exist, right? Because there are a lot of websites out there, and you could argue that you could sign up to various things. I'm thinking like LinkedIn, for example. But I think that we could be doing a lot more to say, this project has these programmers are available or not available. And, this is the kind of reputation that they have inside of the project. This is the kind of reputation that they have with previous contracts. And, this is an organized system that you can go to figure out like who is the best person who I could pay, right, to work on the free software problem that I have as a business. Enabling small and medium-sized businesses to interact with the free software world more effectively could definitely open up a lot of avenues to improving a lot of the software that we all use. But what about individual users? What about like regular people who are not businesses? This is where micro subscriptions come in. Right. I currently use a system called Patreon. It's a proprietary service, and when I signed up to it, I weighed the ethics of using a proprietary system. But the mechanics are simple enough, right? So users who can't afford to give me a couple of thousand euros to fix a problem can band together, right? They can give me small amounts of predictable income, a monthly income, in order to continue to work on the software that they need, right? Either because they use it in their work or because they're using it at home. And the proportion of monthly subscription doesn't actually have to be small, right? It can be as small as $1, it can be as large as $100 a month, right? A good example of that is I have a workshop in Europe who pays me $100 a month on Patreon, and that's not an individual, but it is a company that probably couldn't afford to pay me like a large sum in order to program something. So when I say individual users, I don't necessarily mean just like people. I also mean companies that want to maybe do some incidental investing. They want to do, spread their portfolio around to a whole bunch of free software. This sort of thing can actually be really, really useful in order to make, the programmer who is actually maintaining and keeping things alive, right? Keeping those tools going, right? Because a lot of businesses that they use free software and they're not really engaged, right? But as I said at the start, this talk is not really about how best we can get money into the hands of programmers. It's really about how we can get decision making into the hands of users. And so one of the things about Patreon is that it is a two-way street, right? People can contact you and talk to you, and you can ask them, and you keep them up to date with what you are doing, right? Because the idea is you are actually serving them. So a good example, every week I release a Patreon video. The video explains the work that I've done. It has, screen demonstrations of the stuff. Sometimes it shows the code, the actual code that I've worked on, but not very often. Usually because the project that I'm working on is a graphical tool, it affords me a lot of flexibility to show the actual graphical functionality and bug fixes that I'm developing. And I respond to people who talk to me in Patreon, right? I can see how much they've contributed to me over time. I can see the history. There's, a relationship management there. And I can think about the kinds of things that my Patreon subscriptions as a collective would like as well, by asking them, for instance, with polls and things, what kind of bug fixes are like the most important things for them. And I have to say, over the past 9 months or so that I've been doing Patreon, I focused an awful lot on a lot of paper cuts in Inkscape that I would not have paid attention to otherwise. Right, a lot of small issues, things like micro aggressions that like cause people to be slightly uncomfortable with using Inkscape, but they kind of just put up with it because for them, just using software is a one-way street. They're not used to being able to modify things. But if they subscribe to my Patreon, they can at least ask me about it, right? I might not be able to fix it. It might actually be a really hard problem. It might take hundreds and hundreds of hours that $1 a month isn't really going to scratch into, but at least they'll be able to raise it, right? And have a relationship. Patreon also offers things like merchandise, which I don't engage in currently, but I understand it's based around a system for creators who create visual content, usually on YouTube. So a lot of the systems are in play are built around that. There are free software alternatives like LibrePay, and I'm still investigating ways in which I can probably do both, because I think it's important to have the most amount of avenues in order to reach users. But one of the reasons why I'm on Patreon is actually because I wanted to reach Inkscape users who are not in the free software world, right? They're not ideologically free software or open source. They're most Inkscape users are not Linux users, but most of the developers are. And so most of the fixes are Linux fixes. And so I think it's important to reach out and use the platforms where the people are, at least until we can get our house in order in the free software world and figure out, how to best invite people from the widest possible community. So let's assume that one of these strategies has worked and you have a bunch of money. It's not smooth sailing. Of course it's not. There are cautions and problems, right? What are some of the things that can happen when you introduce money into a project that may not have had money before? The first thing is that programmers can become less generous, right? They can start to become transactional, basically sitting on improvements or waiting until they're sufficiently recompensed. This is a cultural problem, and it's important to cultivate within a free software project a culture of generosity, right? As I said before, generosity is a lubricant inside of the free software world. We require people to be generous in ways that in a lot of other industries people just wouldn't be. And that's a balancing act that a project has to strike, right, between the individual private developers who are developing for users and the project itself. There is socioeconomic discrimination, right? The nature of money excludes a significant proportion of people who don't have any, right? Even with micropayments, these people must continue to be served through things like charities, right? Through just blanket generosity. But it's also important to note that projects should engage in things like education, right? Freedom doesn't have to come from giving a programmer resources. You can also go the other way, and a project can spend time doing things like mentoring and educating users into becoming programmers, right? Or becoming other kinds of contributors, right? Maybe you need graphics, maybe you need sounds, maybe you need videos, or somebody to author news. These are all jobs. These are all things that people in traditional industries would be paid to do. And that can free up time for programmers to do a lot of the other work that they would have otherwise spent, doing media outreach and things like that. So there are lots of avenues that a project can use to mitigate socioeconomic discrimination, but predominantly it's about engaging with users and figuring out ways in which they can either help or the project can just be generous. Another problem is internal competition, right? Programmers may have a deep fear of missing out on the rewards of being paid for their work. This can create competition between people who would otherwise be collaborating. Having a good understanding of where the lines are drawn between private enterprise and public participation is critical for avoiding infighting, especially when the resources are considered to be precious. Again, culture and, of course, in this case, codes of conduct can help an awful lot. Another issue is project corruption, right? Projects where the paid programmers are also the administrators for the project can bend the project towards their own economic interests. The public interest is still a very good thing, which should be protected. Keeping parts of the project out of the administration decisions, keeping the paid parts of a project outside of the administration decisions is a good idea to avoid the very human temptation that can happen when a programmer has both the need to grow their subscribers and the power over the project's infrastructure. Making sure a project has public interest policy or a charitable structure which can organize and keep everybody honest about how they're interacting with a project can really help mitigate some of the issues there. So what are the conclusions? These are just some of my thoughts. I'm continuing my mission to invite users to contribute to the Inkscape project through me, through contracting, through Patreon, through bartering where possible. But I also invite users to contribute to the project through programming or through art and other various things. I'm trying lots of things because I think it's worth trying lots of things. So we need to figure out how we can serve both the public at large and also individual users, right? People's needs, people's freedoms. And I think in the free software world, we'll be stronger with more freedom. And that means more involvement from regular folks. They may not have programming skills. They may have other resources. And we need to think about how we can empower users by finding ways of converting their resources into their needs, right? And if this means they have money and what they need is software programming changes to a free software project, then we as programmers should make it easier to contribute by asking them for money, and in so doing, empowering them to have the freedoms, all of the freedoms that they ought to have. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you for an interesting talk. This isn't a topic that comes up so often, does it? Let's see. I got some questions in from the side.
Excellent.
So, I mean, you kind of answered partially on this, but when it comes to paying, do you think that this Patreon structure is good. I mean, GitHub has, for example, a similar thing. I know as a Swede, I know there was a system developed a while back called Flatter, for example, which is a sort of similar thing. Do you have any? I mean, you sort of mentioned the
Patreon.
yeah, but also the importance of being where the users are. So
yeah, so I can answer at least one of the, there's some structural interesting quirks about the way Patreon has been structured, which are probably important to recognize. Firstly, it's a monthly subscription, right? And also they focus on user interaction. Those two things together create a completely different dynamic. Flatter is a good example of perhaps the wrong way of thinking about the problem. Now, maybe Flatter works because there are a lot of users who want to reward, right? They want to say thank you, and that can be really good. But as I mentioned, the kind of relationship that I'm trying to cultivate is not one where I think people should be thanking me with money, right? I don't want their congratulations about like the stuff that I did in the past. With hope, I've already been paid for that work. Or if I didn't get paid for it, I was generous and was contributing to the public good, right? And I'd like to be recognized for contributing to the public good, if possible. But I need help programming in the future, right? And so focusing on the future is where I think we should try and organize the kinds of tools that we use. If Flatter was a system where you were contributing money because you thought the person was going to be spending the next 6 months doing some work, right? And that contribution created some kind of relationship where you could talk to them. That would also make sense. But it's also good to see things like LibrePay, right, where they are thinking about some of these mechanics and these two-way streets and the way in which you can organize a more predictable income stream. Developers don't just need some money; they also need money to be regular and predictable and stable, so that they can plan themselves. Right? It's no good having a programmer that like can work for a week and then spends 50 weeks off because they don't have enough money, and then they, can spend a week again. Like this is an unsustainable solution.
right, yeah. And then the other question was basically once you get money into a project, how should you like organize it? I mean, there are, of course, you mentioned this thing where maybe one maintainer sort of owns the whole project, and that can be problematic. But I guess also there could be, for example, tax reasons to organize the money you get into a project in a specific way, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And each project is going to be different to a certain degree. There is a difference between the project and the programmer to a certain degree. There are programmers who are going to be involved deeply within the project structure. They may even be paid by the project. Whether that's a commercial entity or a charity organization, right? They're going to be involved. And that can be good, right? The project can organize itself in ways that an individual independent programmer can't. But they also collectivize as well in a lot of ways. So a good example of things like this is like Mozilla, right? Mozilla hires a lot of programmers. They have an organizational structure, but the majority of their money comes from Google, or at least it did. And so the way in which they thought about problems wasn't user-centric in the same way. I mean, to some degree, they did a lot of generous work when it comes to thinking about users, but not entirely. Like it wasn't a focus that you could see.
That's great. That it becomes more dynamic with that. See, I think we got a thank you for a great talk from the comment section. Very interesting. Otherwise, I think we didn't get any more questions than the ones I've had now. So maybe Johan has something that he can do on the fly. And Johan is muted.
As always, that's the whole trick with this live thing, because I can mute on different places, and there's always one of them. Now, I was thinking, do you see a need for an independent foundation for smaller projects, a bit like Apache and those are set up to sort of handle a subset of projects, maybe an open or free software foundation for receiving donations and feeding it out to the individuals? Because there's always an amount of bookkeeping and tax aspects and things like that to manage.
Yeah.
That is a burden for smaller projects.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll give you the Inkscape example, right? So Inkscape is a Software Freedom Conservancy project, right? That's the 501(c) registered charity for the Inkscape project. If you donate to the Inkscape project, the money goes into that PLC, and the project board decides how to spend the money. That's good. There are a lot of things that we can decide. I should state that I sit on the board, so I am actually involved in a lot of those decisions. But at the same time, those decisions are in the public interest, right? They are supposed to be, and in fact, legally required to be. Red Hat recently gave the Inkscape project a no strings $20,000 donation, which is great. But we know for a fact that the Red Hat company, and also Fedora, people who work for Red Hat, have requirements about what Inkscape should do for them. They cannot use that money as leverage to tell the programmer what to do, right? Through the charity, because the charity is there not to do work for hire, right? Their job is to manage donations and then use those donations for the stated aim of the charity's goals, right? Maybe that includes developing incidentally developing the features that people want, because it's a lot of users want it, but it's not directed development. And so you have to weigh up the pros and cons between having a charitable organization which can filter and organize a lot of what they do, and then a private venture where you have things like contracts and individual developers, and sometimes this can be more federated, like you could have everybody on Patreon and then just have individuals. Sometimes it can be collectivized and you could have things worked out separately. But yeah, I mean, maybe the laws are different in Europe, but in the US, they have, where the Software Conservancy is based, the laws are strict when it comes to what charities can do. It's also true that the US has said that they won't recognize free software projects as being charities anymore. So the SFC is very shy about doing anything that looks like commercial activity. Because they do not want to lose their 501(c). They'll never get it back. So you have to kind of weigh up the legal costs of doing things as a charity versus doing things as a private individual. In certain ways, I think it's great for Inkscape that we can do both, because if you want a relationship with doing the public good, donate to Inkscape. If you want a relationship with fixing your problems and having a relationship with a developer, sponsor me, right, or contract me.
Super, thank you.
What I have a question. What's it like in Sweden when it comes to free software organizations?
I don't know when it comes to free software fund organizations themselves. We do have a non-profit form of incorporation, Ideell Förening, but they are not tax exempt to the same degree as in the US, which means that they are less susceptible to sort of losing their status. Basically, they cannot, because it's how you incorporate something like a sports club, which
Right.
is for the good of the society. And so it has less to do with commercial activities, but that the purpose isn't business, but providing good.
Yeah, I mean, there are different structures in the US. For instance, there's a 501(c)(3)(f), for example, and so there are other ways that we could have registered, right? 501(c) is a very specific structure for the public good. Like, you are not doing, you're not meeting to play a sports team because it's good for you or like anything like that. It's because you want to do something in the community. Which means that there are all sorts of, it's one of the most restrictive classifications, actually. So maybe one of the better solutions is to make sure we don't register as charities, but we register as maybe like the IEEE, right? We register as a body of engineers, where we have standards, we have reputations, we have certifications, like whatever is necessary, and then that organization can, you know, help build the infrastructure and stuff that we need in the free software world.
I'm learning a bit about non-profits in general, because the what's it called, the new IRC place on the Freenode is being set up in Sweden. So I spent the weekend reading their bylaws, for instance, because it's interesting how you formulate those things.
Is this LibreChat or is this Freenode?
No, the LibreChat.
LibreChat, yeah.
Yeah. So it's being set up here for some reason. I guess there are individuals here who are willing to do so, and they do this as a Swedish non-profit. So ideell förening.
It is interesting actually that when we
I think is direct translation.
When we compare, say, the Inkscape charity and what the SFC is willing to let the Inkscape project do, and we compare that to Krita, who is a European registered charity, or we compare it to Blender, that's a European registered charity, and they just seem to be able to just take money and do like whatever they want, comparatively, at least it seems. Whereas the SFC is like very conservative about what they'll let us do.
And I think it's all about being tax exempt, because I don't think there's a way out of paying taxes that I know, at least not in Sweden. But the kind of organization we're talking about, taking money in and distributing it, will not make a profit anyway. Or I mean, it would cover its own costs and go break even. So there isn't that big risk of paying taxes.
Yeah, there is an alternative structure which I've actually been learning a lot more about, which is a worker-owned cooperatives, and there are a couple of these even in the free software world, where a section of programmers will get together and they'll form a corporation. The corporation is technically owned by all of the workers. New hires buy in over time, shares into the corporation. Everybody usually gets paid the same amount, and there is a huge amount of transparency, because technically everybody sits on the board at the same time as being an employee. And that's an interesting structure. A lot of countries don't have good ways to be a worker-owned cooperative. Certainly not the US or the UK that I'm most familiar with. So you have to work around a lot of laws, things like profiteering and stuff, because it's like, well, technically, if you earn some profits, then the profits should go to the owners, and the owners are the workers. So, like, what does that mean? So, tax, right?
I kind of like it. It feels like an analogy to copyleft. So you take the copyright laws and you just hack them. So here you use the incorporation and you hack it to your purpose.
All wrongs reversed.
I see in the comments that the Krita is registered in the Netherlands, and I think it's the same for Blender. I believe that was Dutch when they started.
Yes. Now, my understanding of the European structure is very weak. As a Brit, I have a weird understanding of Europe. The Netherlands and Denmark are in Europe, right? Okay, so I'm not confusing. They are Europe, because it's like one country in like the pool that's just not just a hole in the map. Switzerland, I think, isn't.
Switzerland is outside. I think that's where you have FFmpeg.
Yes. But
I think that if we do not have any more questions, we could have another coffee break. And I'd like to thank you a lot for your participation. It was great having you here.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. Like it's I know it's a difficult topic sometimes, but I think it's worth exploring some of these ideas more, because I feel like the topic sometimes focuses too much on the money and not on the user. And we need to really be thinking in the free software world, if we care about free software as being for free freedoms, right? That like we should talk about this more. I know there's a lot of people who think about they think of things like Inkscape as freeware, and I'm kind of not surprised, because we treat it like freeware in a lot of ways by not inviting them to participate. So we should change that.
Completely agree. So thank you very much, and we'll wrap up this section now, and we'll be back in 20 minutes with ZBuzz and Rust stuff. Until then, enjoy.
Welcome to another foss-north. I would like to start by thanking our gold sponsors, our silver sponsors, our base sponsors, and our partners from the community.
So welcome back, everyone. With us now is Zishan, who will talk about ZBus, so dbus in Rust. So the stage is yours, Zishan.
Hi everyone, I'm Zishan. I'll switch to sharing my screen now, and then we can start the talk.
Now we see it.
I hope everyone can see it. Okay, Johan, you can see it?
Yes, perfect.
Cool. Once again, welcome everyone to my talk about a project called ZBus. And where I'll explain why on earth I did started this, and then how did I do it, and how you can make use of it for your projects. First of all, who am I? My name is Zishan Ali, and I'm a bit of a nomad, so I've lived in many countries, and it's very likely that I'll move yet again. So at least there is one more country coming. Maybe it's a repetition of the countries that you see. Yeah. Anyway, and I work for a company called Lumio. We create a framework for video analytics. People who have lots of cameras on their shopping centers or whatever, and they want some kind of analytics, any kind of video analytics on it. Usually they start from scratch, but this is why we made this platform, so that they don't have to start from scratch always and waste so much money. They can just use our service and plug their cameras or whatever and do all the analytics there. So yeah, check it out if you're interested in that, or if you have such a use case. I am a big-time FOSS person. I've been working with FOSS for two decades now. I am into flying. I first had a helicopter license from UK, and then I got my plane license in here. And nowadays I fly planes more, but it's also because it's cheaper and easier to do. I love cats. That's another thing. A bit of a background story on ZBus, why I did it. There's a project called GeoClue. It's a geolocation debus service, which means it's the main task of this service is to find where the user is, and it's not done for some corporates or something, but it's a local only service, and it's like your local apps that can use it, and there's ways to restrict which apps the user wants their location to be shared with and which not. But before we go on, what is this dbus thing? It's a very efficient binary IPC protocol, and it's used a lot in Linux on both desktop and embedded systems. It's the go-to solution still. It's been for like 15 years now at least. It has been the go-to solution for doing IPC on a local, at least local machine. But it can be used for RPC, but there is no standardized ways. Like you can plug in transport, but it's usually not used for that. And if you do use for that, please be very careful. Like you will end up having a lot of problems if you're not careful with allowing remote access to dbus services. And I'll tell you why. Because it's used by systemd. It's like a very a core part of your system. So if you allow access to your your bus, dbus bus on for your machine or remote, and if there's any security problems, you can get into a lot of trouble. It's used in GNOME a lot. It's like actually it's mainly was started by GNOME folks, GNOME developers, but it's also used by KDE and many others on the desktop and embedded systems. It's written in C. I'm talking about now GeoClue. Sorry, I switched a bit. I thought, like, why not oxidize it? And also, I've been a maintainer for a long time. There was a rewrite in 2007 or 8, and ever since then, I've been the maintainer. And I was getting tired of writing C, so I was like, let's do Rust. Let's do it in Rust. Let's change at least the service part to use Rust. But you might ask, why? Why would I do that? First of all, I was getting a lot of crash reports. Like, I've been doing C for a really long time. And if I can't, if I can't do it perfectly, no, I mean, I am guessing there are many better programmers than me. But given my experience, I think I should be on top of crash reports, but I'm not. At least I'm not perfect. Maybe others are. So yeah, I was getting tired of this and plugging them in and stuff. So it wasn't a very nice experience. And also, like, it's the most sensitive data, your location, user's location. So a crash or any memory sensitivity issues, like any kind of security problems handling memory, it could be a really huge deal if it happens with something that deals with your actual location. So because of that reason, also, like, Rust is the way to go, because it's a very efficient, safe, but still efficient language. But the last but not the least, I love Rust, so that would be the most important reason, I have to admit. How do you talk dbus? Like, what does it involve? So when I was looking into porting GeoClue to dbus, sorry, to Rust, I thought of it like, I have all the other crates. Like, crate is a library in Rust, and there were crates for everything. And I was like, what about dbus? So I thought, like, there must be a crate for it, right? And there was. It's dbus RS. In short, people call it just dbus. And I was like, cool, that's really awesome. It already exists. I don't have to do anything. But that first thing I find out is that it depends on a notorious C library, very low level, very, it's a C library, basically. So it doesn't really map well into Rust world or any high level language. And it's this dbus RS is a wrapper around that. So that was a bit of a bummer. And there are some other issues, but I still decided to use it. I was like, it's already done. And I tried to cooperate, and I even contributed to it, some patches and fixes. But there were some, when I was at this Hackfest, Rust Gnome Hackfest in May 2019, that's when I was actually trying to port GeoClue, and I started to use dbus RS in my code. But the API turned out to be extremely complicated, and I was like, how do you use it? And I was trying to ask people around, but they couldn't tell me either, like all the Rust experts around. So I was like, if it's that complicated, then how about, I create my own dbus crate from scratch? And the first thought was like, really, like, that's sounds like pretty hard work. So I was like, how hard can it be? Like, it's an IPC mechanism. It's just sockets. So let's check it out. So I started looking into what could be involved, and first, like, started looking at the specs. There's a dbus spec, and on the low level, it seems it's just message passing over sockets. There's a wire format that defines what types you can transport and how, what is the binary interface. And this wire protocol is also called G variant, although it's a bit misleading, because G variant itself is a bit different than dbus wire protocol. It's an improved version of it. They made it a lot more efficient in glib, and they call it G variant. And when you use dbus from glib, it does the conversion. Like, you have to deal with G variant types, and it does the conversion back and forth. So it's also a bit inefficient in that way. So there is the data types, different data types, and how defined is how in the spec is how you encode those data types. Fortunately, at least all the basic types, they were mapped exactly one-to-one to all the Rust basic types. So that was really cool. and all the complex type, or most of them at least, they map as well. And so on the high level, it's like what the users see. By users, I mean application developers. Is firstly, there's concept of objects. So whenever you want to interface with a service, like in this case, for example, GeoCrew, you have different objects to talk to, and those objects, how do you talk to them? They define interfaces, and each object can um, expose multiple interfaces, one or many, and then you use those interfaces for different things. And it's a bit dynamic, so it's not like every object has to expose the interface forever. It's not static. It's pretty dynamic, so they can add and remove interfaces on an object at runtime. In this case, it's not a good example actually, because it's one-to-one map. Like there's one interface per object, but yeah, I think you get the picture. And in each of these interface, you have methods that you can call. It's simple, like it maps simply to the methods in Rust or any programming language out there, and they have in and out arguments, and you can have multiple out arguments actually in dbus. So that's really cool. And you have something called signals. So if as a client you want to be updated of some event, you can subscribe to signals on an interface, and then you get a signal for that. Also, to add to that, there is also properties. Each object on a specific interface can expose different properties. They can be read-only, they can be read and write, they can be write-only as well. It's just like fields in a struct, or in object-oriented languages, you have these either properties or something like that. So yeah, that's very similar. And also you have like signals for subscribing to property changes as well. So that's really great. So I was like, yeah, looking at all this, it doesn't seem that hard. Let's try it anyway. So in those 3 days I was there, I was already trying, and I was like, let's really do this, right? So ZBus was born there. The name is really cool, as you will all agree. It sounds cool. So yeah, that's the only reason I named it ZBus. There's no other reason. So I before you start a project and do something, you have to set goals. Otherwise, it will be a chaos. So the first thing I wanted to do was ease, because as I said, with dbus RS, that's the main problem I had. It wasn't really easy to figure. So I wanted something that's easy to figure, that's easy to use, and still like have so much documentation, good documentation, that even if it's something is not easy, it becomes easy through documentation. And the second goal, I wanted to be extremely efficient, as efficient as possible. But first things first, like before we do all that, like let's get started first, like let's get it done. And as I said, like the wire protocol, that would be the first thing. If you want to start from scratch, you need to have an implementation of that in Rust. And I want to do all in Rust from scratch, because one of the reasons dbus RS is bad is because it exposes the C intricacies and problems, and I didn't want that. So yeah, I create like a subcrate of ZBus first, which is called zvariant, which handles all serializing and deserializing of the data types from Rust to dbus format and backwards. And actually, since 1 year, it also supports the gvariant, the modified format that a lot of people use for as an efficient small database for keeping data around on disk. So yeah, if you have that need for keeping some data around, like small data, that you can use zvariant for that as well. So spent like several months on that. Tried very different approaches. Like I hit the wall many times on in many approaches. And fun. I had a lot of fun with something called lifetimes, because in Rust, if you want especially to write efficient code, right, API that is very efficient, you have to deal with lifetime, something called lifetimes, which defines the lifetimes of the different references that you're taking in or returning. That could be pretty a lot of fun. And by fun, I don't mean fun actually. And the debug spec itself, like there were some things that were not very clear, and I tried many approaches and I thought I made it work. But then when I give talks, people will come to me, by the way, this thing you got wrong, and I was like, oh, and yeah, and that would be a big deal. So anyway, I finally arrived to Z variant 1.0 and we released it, and it was cool. But then I realized that it can't handle empty arrays, and this is one of the problems with the spec, that it didn't make that clear how to handle, how to serialize or especially deserialize arrays. Yeah, the approach that I took for Z variant 1.0, it just couldn't work. So I had to rethink the whole approach. And then I started thinking about Serde. Serde is a crate in dbus, in Rust, that is used a lot. It's like the go-to crate or library for whenever you need to do any kind of serialization or deserialization from any format. And actually the first issue someone filed on Z variant was about this, like why not Serde? So yeah, I decided like, oh, okay, let's do Serde. And another few months of fun. Serde is not, it's very easy to use in many ways, but it's not easy to implement. And together with dbus, it didn't map exactly to Serde for a few reasons, and that was not fun at all. And after a lot more, weekends sacrificed, and also a Christmas holiday, I finally got there, and Z variant 2.0 was released, and it's completely Serde based. It's really is an API as you will expect in Rust for serializing and deserializing. This is how it looks like. This context thing that you will see is something that I wish that it wasn't needed, but it is needed. Like usually when you want to do serializing, deserializing for any format that you will find out there, like JSON or whatever, the crates that are available, you will see the last 3 lines mainly. Like 2 bytes, like you encode to the bytes a particular type, and then you can say from slice, like it's a slice of data, you deserialize from it, and that's it. But in our case, we need the context for multiple reasons. As I said, Serde didn't map exactly to dbus. It was a pity, but I still believe it's not that bad. It's like you just need one extra step with Z variant. For those of you who don't know what's going on, who haven't done Rust much, when we do let t equal to, and then this is an anonymous struct, which is called tuple. So we are creating an anonymous struct without creating a new type, name type, and then we just convert it to bytes, and then we do the opposite in here. But we have to tell it the exact type, right? Which what it should be deserialized to, and then it gets deserialized. Back to dbus. It was a slow progress at first, especially because of like getting Z variant right was a huge project on its own. But there was other reasons too. Like I was doing it all on my spare time, right? So and I didn't have a lot of it. And in the meantime, like instead of helping me out, they got this idea, oh, dbus is cool, like let's make crates for it. Like when they would attend my talks or hear about ZBus effort, they will be like, yeah, let me try it as well from scratch. And most of them, they don't end up anywhere. The best they end up doing is like using it for their own very specific case, and of course only implementing what they need, but no general solution. So it would have been so cool if people would have helped me instead. Yeah, help me out. If you have this idea, please consider helping me out first. And then if it doesn't work out with us, of course, there's always reasons, to do your own thing, and I don't blame you. Of course, it's your right, but consider helping me out, please, first. But the thing is, like, one of the people, they had the great idea. It's an old friend of mine. We go way back. This is a picture when we went to the Star Trek convention after a GUADEC, GNOME Users and Developers Conference in Berlin in 2000, what was it? I don't even remember, 11, I think. We worked many times together in Nokia, in Red Hat, and many places. And he came to the rescue because he needed this as well. And he got involved, and he really helped me speed up the process. And we had lots of disagreements. We disagree so much. It's annoying at some points for both of us, but we make it somehow work in the end. And we made 1.0 last year. It was awesome, and it was well received. Everyone was happy about it. Everyone who has especially used dbus RS and then they tried ZBus, they were like, wow, this is a whole new level, and it's much better. And just to give you this was a ex-colleague of mine recently tweeted, Alberto, it's so awesome, I want to cry out of joy. And the person who's replying to it, he was like also saying that he's deployed something for 1,000 users. And then they decided that, okay, they want to praise as well. I'm really sorry if you can't see this one. It's just a praise of ZBus. And you can find out on your own on Twitter if you're really interested. It's and the name is Fluke Jones. So you can see their tweet if you want. Anyway, how does it look? Putting my ego aside, how does it look like really if I'm saying such good things? So this is how you a simple program. It's actually a working example from our repo. What it does is simply to step up the screen brightness on your GNOME-based system. I'm sorry for all the KDE folks out there. I don't know the KDE interface. If I knew, I could add it. But there's nothing against you. But anyway, yeah, this is an example, it's you just create a connection to the bus. There's two kinds of buses on your local system usually: the session and the system bus. Session bus is per user usually, yeah, you just tell it which service you want to connect to, which object, and which interface on that, and then the method name and the arguments. In this case, there are no arguments. There's only the argument, the return argument, which in this case, when you the last two lines, when I after calling the method, I get a reply message, and I get the body of the message deserialized based on what types they are. And the first one, the first return argument is a percentage of the level of the brightness, right? Current brightness, after setting the new brightness level. Anyway, I'm going into too much detail, but suffice to say, it's the low-level interface. But even still, it's like, if you look at it, it's not that bad. Like, even the low-level interface is pretty easy to use. But even though it's pretty easy, I thought we can do better. So there's high-level API as well. And there's two kinds of high-level APIs. There is one that is very generic. It's not very type-safe, but it's like super generic, like you can use that. It's through proxies and something called object server for the service side. Let's see that, the client side. But what I'll show is something even better, which is more specific. And that's through something called macros in Rust. In Rust, just like C, there's macros, but they're extremely powerful. And this is one of the macro we provide is called dbus proxy. And with that, you can define an interface. In Rust, trait is just like an interface in many programming languages. With it, you define an interface. So since it's mapped so nicely to interfaces on dbus, and on the client side, that's what you're interested in. You need to just say what interface is on the other side, and then you can use it, right? So that's what you do exactly. You using this macro, you define a trait with which you define the interface of the other side, and then you can use it. How do you use it? That's good. You just like before, you create a connection first, which is not included in this example, but you saw that already, how to do it with one line. And then you just create a proxy and give it a connection. And then you can call the notify. You will see it's very similar to previously, but it's a bit more high level, a bit less code. And the caller already has type safety in here. And the thing is, like a lot of times you want to expose this to your user. Like if you are writing a library and that interfaces with a specific service, a lot of people are doing that actually already. And you just expose the generated, macro-generated interface to your users, to the applications. And they don't have to worry about which types they need to pass and not. It's already defined for them, and they can just, they know it, and also the compiler knows it. So the compiler won't let them pass, wrong data. How about signals and properties? Similarly, you define a trait. Like in this example, we are dealing with GeoClue as a client. You define the service, you define the interface, the default service and interface, and then you define what interface is there. You say, like, you can declare it as a property, a function, and if it's a property setter that you see, and the next one you see is a property getter. The difference you will see is like mainly that set underscore prefix with the setter, and with the getter you don't have that. And the return value and the arguments are therefore different. And similarly, signals, location updated, you just declare it like that within your within your trait, and then the appropriate code is generated for you. And how do you use that then? First thing, we set a property. You set the property, and the unwrap is just for like if there's an error when you're setting it, you just say, I don't care, just crash if the property is not settable, which is not a good thing to do usually, but for examples it's fine. But yeah, and then you can connect to the location updated signal by name, and when you're connecting, it's the type safe, so you can't use the wrong types again. In here you just print in locations, the old location, new location, and then you call next signal repeatedly to just keep on handing signals as long as it's possible. That's how it's done, the client side. What about server side? You have similar thing, but instead of a trait, you define the implementation. Because it's server side, you have to implement it. You have to define how it will be handled, the calls and stuff. Similarly, you define a function, and you actually define it. You define what should be done. And this function does a simple thing. It says hello back to the whatever was sent to it. And then you use something called object server. And similarly to the proxy, you give it a connection object on which connection it should run on, and then you just say server at, and then which object path it should go on. Like that's defining the object. And then greeter is actually this try into. You see, we have removed it in 2.0. We will talk about that later. But you no longer need to do that anymore, and you just pass it the object that we defined before, the type we defined before the server side, and then you just handle. You tell server to start handling requests, and if there's an error, it will print that error here. It's just an infinite loop here for demonstration. So yeah, it's as easy as that. But still not easy enough, both client side and server side. So at least for client side, we right now have a tool called dbus XML gen. which generates the code for you based on an interface. So the dbus interfaces, they have introspection support, and most services implement this, fortunately. So what you can do is you can ask for it over the bus, and that service returns the introspection data. It's in the forms of XML, and that's why this tool is called XMLGen. And this has various options. Recently, someone added the option that it can directly talk to the service you're interested in. You just tell the tool what service you're interested in and which object you're interested in, and it just gets everything and generates the code for you. So pretty neat, huh? Or you can just give it the XML file, interface XML, and that also works. If it's still not easy, we have a book for our 1.0 right now, at least. It defines, like, it at least explains all the essentials, how to get started. And most people who use it, who use ZBus, I think they start from that, as far as I have understood, and they find it very useful. So if you're interested, start with there. But one of the most important thing that's missing is asynchronous API. Like, all the API that you saw was completely synchronous. And in Rust, it's not that big a deal, actually. It's a high-level language. And if you're not that, if your resources are not so constrained, you're, for example, doing it for desktop or high-end embedded even, it's okay. You can run it in a separate thread. There's channels in the standard library. You can communicate with that thread with that. It's not that bad, but still, it would be super awesome if we had asynchronous API, and a lot of people have asked for it. But the async ecosystem in Rust for a while has not been that nice. Like, from a user point of view, it's already quite there. Like, a lot of crates out there, they provide the API, and if you use it, and if you decide on something called runtime, there are different runtimes, and they're in competition more rather than cooperation. At least till recently, they have been. For a lot of things, you have to decide which runtime you have to use, and we didn't want to do that. We didn't want to take sides, and we wanted a generic API that just works with all runtimes, whichever you choose to use. But that was a very big difficulty in creating async APIs in ZBus. But we already have the low level, and it looks something like that. I have grayed out all the interface or the code that is the same as with the synchronous code that I showed you. Is the same example as the changing the power level of the screen, stepping it up a bit. But the differences are highlighted. The first one is that instead of connection, you say something async, like in a different module. All the async API we are putting in the async submodule, you create a different connection, and when you call the method, you just say .await, and because you want to await for it, and the thing is that you want to use it from an async context where you can call .await, because it has to, you don't want to block on it. And .await is not for blocking, it's for yielding your current task or a thread. And that's why you can only use it from an async context. I won't go into how to use async in Rust in here, because I don't have the time. But there's a book about it, and there's other resources. And I know a very good tutorial that I can share with you after this talk. If you're interested, just ask me, and I can tell you. And it explains so well how to use async in Rust. And then you will understand it much better, these examples I'm showing you. But I have to show you these examples. If you don't know async in Rust, I'm really sorry. I can't explain all the details. But yeah, suffices to say for now is that you have these differences. But how about high level? On the client side, we already have the client side part mostly done. Instead of proxy, like the macros that I showed you, they already generate the async proxy as well. And instead of it called notifications proxy in this example, it will be called async notifications proxy. And someone is already adding attributes to the macro, so you can control how different proxies are called and naming and all that. So you will have more control over that soon. But yeah, for now it's like this, and it's exactly the same. It's just like you have to do dot await again when you call the method. So what about signals and properties? Similarly, you dot await and location updated. You connect a signal, and but when you connect a signal, you have to pass not just a closure, but a closure that returns an async block. It's it's a piece of code that can run asynchronously. Let's put it that way. And you can define that dynamically in Rust by saying async and then start a block. But in here, we want to move the data. Actually, in this example, I don't think I actually needed the move, but this is yeah, you can remove the move in here, I think. But yeah, in some cases you need to use the move for if you want to move some data into this context. Anyway, so you want to return an async context that our machinery can then call asynchronously. And the advantage of that is that if you need to do further async stuff within the callback, you can do that because it's all async. And of course, just like last time, .async, .await. And how do you make the machinery run? You just like last time, you say proxy dot. In this case, we named it client dot next signal, and then the difference is that you say dot await instead of not saying dot await. Anyway, yeah. So this is the async version of it, and that's the client side for signals. But what I showed you, like connecting signals and then calling next signal yourself, it's not very it's not the way usually you would expect async Rust code to work. In async, you have something called streams, which is an async iterator in a way. And actually, there is plans of maybe renaming streams to async iterators. So you can iterate over something, but asynchronously. And for receiving something over a network or IPC socket, this streams is the way to go. Is someone saying something? Sorry. Yeah. So yeah, what about that then? Since that's a lot more ergonomic to use in Rust. So yeah, you can already do that. We provide on a proxy. This is the generic proxy code, which without using the macros. So that's why you have to tell it in as a string, like which signal you want to receive, and then it creates a stream for you. And once it creates a stream, you can iterate over all these signal messages. And as you see, it's a bit low level because you are dealing with messages, and you have to deserialize the body, and you have to tell it exactly what type it is as a user, as the on the client side code. And yeah, it's not that bad actually, and it works really well. And the thing about streams is that there's already API provided where you can combine streams by a crate called futures, and a lot of that will go into the standard library in Rust at some point. That's the hope, at least. And you can combine streams, you can filter streams, you can chain them, there's a lot of ways, and you can select over them. So if you want to process one item from either stream, you have multiple streams, and you are only interested in next one item from it, you can select over them and stuff. So there's a lot of interesting API that you have that you can use here. But I'm working right now, as of this moment, to provide through the macros that you have specifics. You can create specific streams for specific signals. like you saw before when I declared the proxy site for the geoclue. In the future, the same macro will generate code that so that you can do this. You can say receive location updated, which is specific signal, and then you create a specific stream, and then you can iterate over that stream, and what you get is a signal object, is a special type, it's a struct, and you can say dot view, and you get a view towards the data, the return values. Well, it's, in this case, it's not exactly return values because you didn't call a method. It's just that you are getting a signal. But notice that you don't need to tell it what types are involved because you already declared it in the signal when you define the interface. So yeah, it's much easier and much more type safe for the end client in this case. This will be available soon. Server side, I think, not there yet, but we have it in mind, and hopefully it will be there soon, coming very soon. And all of this will be part of 2.0. Most of what I just showed you, it's not yet there. It's not, you can't use it, but you can use it if you really want to. You can use it with the beta releases that we are doing for the 2.0, which is hopefully coming soon. And I'm hoping to release another beta release for 2.0 before I get to the server side. But you can use the client side already with this. Yeah, that's basically it. I'm sorry I had to rush through a lot of things and I could not explain everything in detail. But we have time for questions. I think Johan will tell us how much time we have for questions. So go ahead. That is your time to make me explain things.
First test. This is the first online moment for me here. Can you hear me?
Yes, but you're a bit echoey, to be honest.
Wait. I'll make myself silent so that.
If you kill the screen share, we will see you also, Zishan.
Oh, I'd rather not.
Yay!
Is the echo gone?
Yes, you're all good now.
Cool. So a couple of questions here from the side. Did you count how many complete rewrites you did?
I didn't get that part. Rewrites of what?
How many did you count? How many complete rewrites you did of when writing ZBus? You mentioned you did a couple of rewrites.
No, what I meant was like I did a whole rewrite of the whole stack. So it's a crate that is completely written from scratch to handle dbus. So yeah, I used, of course, the Rust crates out there for different purposes, but I didn't, didn't do anything for dbus. All the dbus stuff is my code or Mark Andre's code or whoever contributed dbus.
So you write once and then it's perfect.
Yeah.
So risking to start a flame.
Everyone says it's the best. So
clearly risking to start a flame war here. So mind you, with your experience in C and Rust, what are the most significant differences between those two languages?
Oh, well, the first thing is like Rust is very high level. So you see that when you're using it. There's a lot more, utilities available, a lot more helpers available, and yeah, and you don't have to do pointer arithmetic anymore most of the time. I recently had to do some C after a long time, and I just couldn't do it. I was getting a crash, and I had no idea what was going on. So yeah, you get spoiled very easily. With I think I can give a separate talk about that. Actually, I submitted a separate talk for this in this conference. It didn't get accepted, but I don't blame. I mean, how many talks can I give in one conference?
Okay. Another one is, what users does ZBus currently have?
There is a component of Flatpak, like some crate that handles Flatpak stuff, written by Bilal, and yeah, they have been using Zebus very nice, they are very happy about it, and they contributed back even. And the user I mentioned, Fluke, I think their name is Luke, but I'm not so sure. Their Twitter handle is Fluke, and actually, it was Fluke Nukem at some point. It was really cool because they're into gaming. So they have some code that is, they said that it's used by thousands, at least 1,000 users, at least. They said a lot more probably, and that's using Zebus behind the scene. There is some people who said they will happily use Zebus as soon as the async APIs are there, and they will be super happy to use it after that. I don't know. You can also, like, at least the crates that are published on crates.io, you can check that on crates.io, which ones are using. There's a dependency graph and stuff. But we are also using at work. That code is not open, but it's at least not yet. Hopefully, maybe at some point it's open source. But yeah, we are using it.
Here's one more. How many active contributors do you have?
Active. I don't know how you define active though, because for example, Marc Andre, he will contribute like whoa, like it's like a one PR with 20 commits, and then another PR with 30 more, and then it's like going like this, and I can't, I don't even know how to review it because it's so much contribution. But yeah, then he would not contribute for months. So it's like as when he gets time from other things, I guess. So it's a bit hard to list active, but if I would calculate all the contributors, it's I think about 10 or so. But it's still a new project, It's like the 1.0 we had only last year, when it was we had any stable API you could use.
I have a private question. Don't worry.
Wait. This is still being broadcasted and recorded, so.
Yeah, you're on.
No, it's. Can you give examples of the arguments you had? Because you mentioned you had a lot of discussions about what I figure was the design of ZBus.
Oh, with the Marc Andre?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's mainly about their use case, right, and the specific context they're aiming for, and their context is like the QMU. So they're trying to use it in QMU, the virtualizer. What do you call it? Virtual machines. So anyway, and in that very specific context, what they are trying to do is it makes sense, but usually in my the context that I'm worrying about, and I worry about actually more generic uses. So for that reason, for example, we had arguments about owned data and unowned data. Like they didn't want to care about unowned types. Like they said, yeah, you just allocate strings, it's fine. You just return allocated strings, copied strings. And I was like, no, we have to provide unallocated access, so that people don't have to allocate for no reason. And I didn't actually succeed 100% in that regard. Also because they were doing the work. I didn't have time for doing it. So we ended up with at least some APIs that does allocation, and there's quite a few allocations, but we minimized it as much as I could in my time. So that was one thing we disagreed sort of on. But yeah, it's usually different approaches to the same problem. They say this is the ergonomic API. I say no, this is the ergonomic way. So yeah, it's mostly subjective. It's a bit hard to agree on these things.
Cool. I think I'm checking. There's no more question popping in there. So the questions are through.
Yeah, so big thank you for being here, Zishan. Always nice to have you here.
So
Next time
we're
you
out
go
of
to
time.
Gothenburg.
We are out of time now for questions.
We're out of questions. But if you have questions, please go.
No, is there nobody else on the call, on the talk, or is it just 4 of us?
No. You're on a YouTube broadcast as well. So
Okay.
we're collecting the questions. Sorry for being unclear about that.
Yeah, no worries. But I think I provided the, once again, I'll share my screen for 1 second. It's
We have another question here. Is peer-to-peer dbus supported?
yeah, everything is frozen on my end. Can you hear me still?
Yes.
Okay, good, because everything is frozen here. Anyway, peer-to-peer dbus was there from the scratch, and that's thanks to Marc-André, because that's their use case, peer-to-peer. So it's already there. Don't worry.
Super. And the Ole Andre who asked it also says, awesome talk, by the way. Big hand.
Thanks. Ole Andre, yeah, I know this guy.
Oh, okay. Cool. But then I'll think we will thank you and give a big wave to the audience, and we will get ready for the next speaker. But
yeah, one thing before we leave, I can't share my screen for some reason, but I shared the Twitter handle. Our Crate has a Twitter account where we announce new releases and everything. So if you want to follow up or ask any questions, please use that. It's Zebus, the way it was written, Zebus_Crate. So that's the handle on Twitter if you want to ask me.
I put it in the chat as well on YouTube, so now everyone has it.
Okay, awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much
Super.
for having me. And thanks everyone for listening. Bye.
Excellent. Cheers. Bye.
So short heads up, we're still waiting for the next speaker to join our conference call. So we're working on trying to reach him. Thank you for your patience. So we will give it 5 more minutes and let's see if we can get hold of Zlatko. So, hi everyone. It seems like we cannot get a hold of Slatko, so I think this is the end of today's program. But you're all very welcome back tomorrow at 9, where we start with the next day's program with Leslie Hawthorne. See you around. Thank you for staying with us today. Bye-bye.